All right, guys. Well, welcome to the GGI training. It's good to be here with you guys. I'm excited. I'm actually excited for for our the campus ministry. It really is growing. So I'm excited that you guys are here. Um, just out of curiosity, how many of you guys are teachers? Anybody? Any teachers in here? Voila. No, studying. Oh, okay. Okay. So I've been a preacher and a teacher for almost 10 years now. My name is Pastor Josh. I started off as a youth pastor, and one of the things that I learned how to do my background is not actually in education; it's in engineering, right? But being a pastor, they teach you how to teach, right? And so my educational background is in engineering. But when I started out as a minister, there was a book that a teacher actually recommended that I use, right? And it's this book here. It's called The First Day of School. If you don't know what this book is, I highly recommend it. Or if you're not familiar with it, I highly recommend it. It's a book for really teachers on how to teach young people, right? And it's got a lot of ideas. It's got a lot of advice. It's got a lot of principles that you can use to manage your classroom and a bunch of different things. So a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about this morning actually comes from this book, because a lot of the principles that they use, you can even use it in your ministry. If you're a Sunday school teacher, you can use it in your Sunday school. Even if you're a pastor, you can use it in your preaching and your teaching, right? So before we get started on what to be trained about, let's ask this question real quick first. What is the key to success in teaching? Anybody know? If you want to be a teacher, what is the key? What is the most important thing that you need to be successful as a teacher? Any ideas?
Love.
Love? Partly, right? The key to success in being a teacher, and if you're a teacher, you know this, it's preparation, right? The key to success when you're teaching, especially when you're teaching young people, okay, as we do in the campus ministries, is preparation. Without preparation, right, there's a big chance we'll fail. Have you ever heard the expression, if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail, right? So preparation is a huge one, because we need to be intentional about how much time we have, about the illustrations that we use, and the different things. So as we go through our training today, we're going to see it's all about preparation. It's all about preparation, right? And you see this even in Scripture, Proverbs chapter 21, verse 5. It says, the thoughts of the diligent, right, those that are working hard, those are the ones that are prepared, tend only to plenteousness. They're the ones that are fruitful. They're plenty, right? The things that they do grow and multiply. But of everyone that is hasty, okay, in other words, they just do things at the last minute. They rush. They don't prepare. They don't take their time. Only want, right? And in the Old Testament, the old English language for want means lack, right? So anybody who is hasty, anybody who is doing things too fast, without preparation, only leads to lack, okay? So that is the key for teaching. That is the key for successful teaching. So if you want to be able to effectively teach the students in the campus ministry, it falls on each and every one of you as the volunteer teachers to prepare for success. Okay, now there's 3 areas that we're going to be looking at when it comes to preparation. Okay, number 1, we're going to look at how you can prepare yourself. Okay, how to prepare yourself for the class, for the teaching, for the students. Number 2, how to prepare your lesson. Okay, so after we talk about how do you prepare yourself, how do I prepare the lesson? Okay, there's a lot of, in the story of hope, you have a leader's guide, you have a lesson plan, and you can follow it if you want, okay? But one thing you will find, okay, is that as you're teaching, as you're continuing to teach, you will see that different classrooms, okay, different classrooms have different needs, right? So if you're teaching a grade 7, and if you're teaching a grade 12, you're going to have to prepare, even though it's the same lesson, you're going to have to make different preparations because grade 7 students learn differently than grade 12, right? Hello? There you go. Make sense? So the second thing we're going to do is learn how to prepare our lesson. Then after that, preparing your classroom, okay? So this is going to be a little tricky for us because we don't have a classroom. We walk into a classroom, and so we need to already prepare the classroom for what we're going to be teaching. Because if we don't prepare the classroom, if we don't prepare the environment for the students to learn, then it's going to be hard for them to learn, right? So how can you prepare yourself? How can you prepare your lesson? And how can you prepare your classroom? Then after that, we're going to go over the story of hope. We're going to look at all of the lessons. Most of the lessons, we're going to go through the first 32 lessons, okay? So this is kind of an overview, a big bird's eye view of what we're going to be doing today. Sound good? All right, before we do that, let's go to the Lord in a word of prayer. Lord, thank you so much for today. And again, Lord, as we dive into this training, Lord, I pray that you keep us focused. I pray that you keep us attentive, Lord. And I pray that you would help us to learn. Not just to be good teachers for the campus ministry, but even in our own lives, Lord. Even in our own ministries, even in our own schools, in our own work, even in our own families, Lord. I pray that the things that are taught here would be useful for us in our ministry. And Lord, of course, we just ask that your Spirit would be with us this morning. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. So let's jump right in. Okay. Preparing yourself. Okay. This is always the big one. This is the biggest one that you need to start off with. Okay. Okay. So when you're preparing yourself, it's talking about, okay, what are you going into this campus ministry as? Okay. Number one, there's a couple of things. First one is know your goal. Why are you there? Right? Now, Mom just talked about like the purpose of campus ministry, but each of you have to figure out and ask your own self in your own heart, why am I here? What is the purpose of that I'm trying to do? Okay? Now remember, okay? If you are in the campus ministry and you're teaching, okay? The goal is not for you to teach. The goal is for the students to learn. Again, the goal is not for you to teach, but for the students to learn. Okay? One of the biggest mistakes that people make is thinking that I know the material, I'm an expert at the material, that means I will be a good teacher. Not necessarily, right? You can be a really, really good teacher. You can be so smart and you can talk and talk and talk and teach and explain things so clearly. But if the students do not understand what you're saying, if the students cannot follow you, if the students don't remember what you're teaching, right, then you haven't done your job, right? Because again, the goal is not for you to teach. You're not trying to impress the students and show them how smart you are. You're trying to take the information that's in your head and in your heart and put it in their head and their heart, right? So again, the goal is not for you to teach, but for them to learn, which means you need to prepare yourself to adjust and know your students. Okay? If you are teaching more than one class, you will understand this because in different classes, in different grades, in different schools, the students respond differently, right? So you may have a way and a thinking in your mind, that a style of teaching that you have, and you can try to continue to do all of that in every single class, but it may not work. Why? Because the way that you teach a class in grade 7 is not the same way that you teach a class in grade 12, right? The way that you structure your lesson and your class in grade 7 may not be the same way in grade 12, right? So in grade 7, we focus on the Bible stories, right? We focus on making sure they understand the stories and connecting them with the character of God. But in grade 12, their understanding is beyond that. They're a little bit higher. So even though you're teaching the same lesson, you have to make it a little bit deeper, challenge their thinking, which means you have to prepare yourself, right? Prepare yourself, prepare your lesson, know your goal, okay? The goal is not for you to teach. The goal is for the students to learn, okay? Okay? Now, this is important for a teacher. Now, some of you who went to school, you know that some teachers were good and some teachers were bad. And the teachers that were good, they're not good because they know a lot. They're good because they can connect what they're trying to teach with you. Because the most important question that students are asking is, why do I care? Why should I care about this lesson? Right? And if they find out that they don't care, that they have no interest, then you lose them, right? They don't remember, they don't learn, they don't pay attention, right? So if you can connect the lesson with their own personal life, they will take much more of an interest. And that's the purpose of what we're trying to do. How do the students learn? By connecting the Bible lessons with their life. So you're not just teaching them Bible truths. You're trying to connect them with the person of God. You're trying to connect them with the truth of Christ so that it can apply to their lives. You know, when I go into the classrooms and I ask them, who is Jesus? They all know the answer. He's our Savior. He's our Creator. He died on the cross for our sins. But I know just from asking some questions that they don't understand how that relates to them. They don't understand why that's important to them. What does it mean? What does it matter that a man who died many, many years ago, what does that have to do with me? Right? So then when I start to explain the gospel and connect it to their real lives, then they start to understand it a little more, right? Then it becomes more interesting. They remember it and they understand it, right? They learn, and that's your goal. Okay, your goal is not to teach, okay, this is what's true, this is what the Bible says, this is what the Bible says, this is what the Bible says. No. Because for a lot of them, they know what the Bible teaches, right, from their religion, some of them. But even if they don't, right, even if they don't know the story of Noah, right, they will not benefit from the story of Noah if they don't understand how the truth of that historical thing connects to their lives. Make sense? So your job is to try to connect the Bible lessons with their lives. Now, a good way to do this is when you're prepare it like a devotional. So how does the lesson connect to your own life? Right? So when you're reading the story of hope, when you're preparing your lesson and you're reading these things, ask this question about yourself. How does this apply to my life? Why is this important? What is this trying to teach me about God? Right? And then those questions that you have, those are the questions that you want to answer for the students, because the students will have those same questions and you will be prepared to answer and connect it with them. Make sense? Okay. All right, next. Okay. Know your format. Okay. Gotta know your format. Okay. So again, when you go into the classrooms, different classrooms are going to have different formats. When I say format, what does that mean? It means how you will do your class. Okay? How will you do your class? Okay? Here's a question. Okay? What is the best way that students learn? Give you some time to think about that. What is the best way for students to learn? If you have kids, think about this with your own kids, especially the young ones. If you're trying to teach young children something, what's the best thing to do for them? What do they need to do in order to learn something? Huh? Repetition, right? Absolutely, very good. Yeah. The best way for students to learn is through repetition, right? When you're young and you're learning how to write, you practice the same thing over and over and over again, right? When you're a young person and you're learning your multiplication, right? You remember this? Your multiplication tables, and you're given, okay, you have 5 minutes, go, right? They're called drills, right? And you repeat them over and over so that you can get good at them. You can get fast at them so that you understand them, right? And it doesn't matter if you're teaching a toddler, a child, or a high school student. The best way that students learn, doesn't matter what age, is repetition, okay? So always repeat the lessons that you're trying to say. If you're trying to explain something, if you want them to understand, repeat, okay? Now, the best way to prepare yourself and the class and the students for effective repetition is through consistency, right? Through consistency. You need to be consistent in your lesson. You need to be consistent in your format, in the way that you teach. Okay? Okay? So, repetition requires consistency. Now, what is consistency? Right? What is consistency? Consistency is simply this: doing something the same way every time. Okay? That's what consistency is. Doing something the same way every time. So let's give an illustration. Imagine I have a plant, okay? And every day I take this plant out of the pot and put it in a different pot. Every day, right? I water it, and then the next day I take it out of the pot, I put it in a different pot, and then I water it. Then the next day I take it out of a pot, put it in a different pot. Will the plant grow? No, it won't grow. Why not? It's in the soil, it's in the pot. Yeah, it has no foundation, it has no consistency. It's always in a different pot, right? The roots don't take time to stay in one place. They don't have time to grow. So in the same way, the plant is like the student, and your lesson is like the pot. So if you're always changing your format, if you're always changing the pot, the students will not know what to expect from you, right? If you're always changing your lesson, if you're always changing your rules, then they will not know how to respond. So if one day you say, okay, guys, I'm going to give a lesson. The rule is if you have a question, raise your hand, right? So you're teaching, and then the students are raising their hand, right? And then the next day, okay, guys, just shout out the answer, okay? Just shout out the answer. I want you to just, whatever comes to your mind, if you have an idea, just say it, right? So every day the rules change. Should I raise my hand? Should I answer out loud? And, I ask a question, and then the students say, oh, I know the answer. The answer is Jesus. Hey, you're supposed to raise your hand. I didn't know. Because one day your rule says raise your hand if you know the answer. The next day it just says whoever has the answer, shout it out. So I don't know what you want, right? And also this is also true with your lesson. We're going to talk about this later on, okay? Keep the format of your class the same. Okay? So if you have an assignment, if you give an assignment, or if you give a quiz, or if you expect something from the students, expect it every time so that the students know exactly what's expected of them. Okay? So and in the beginning they will not understand. That's why you need to repeat. They will make mistakes. So you have patience with them. But if you don't have the format, if your format keeps changing, they will not know how to communicate to you. They will not know how to respond to you, right? So one of the things that we need to do, okay, is make sure you know your format, okay? How? Number one, be consistent in your communication, okay? What is consistency? Doing the same thing the same way every time. Okay? So when you're communicating with the students, make sure that you are consistent. You're not changing everything, okay? So for example, again, do the students know the rules? If a student breaks the rule in your class, right? So for example, they are on their phone. When you gave the rule, please put your phone away, okay? Repeat the rule. Because maybe they don't know it, maybe they didn't hear it, maybe they don't understand it, right? No. I don't mean turn your phone off and put it on your desk. I mean put it away, put it in your backpack. I don't want to see it. Okay? So now you're clarifying, right? Right? Make sense? So do the students know the rules? Because if they don't know the rules, then you cannot blame them. Right? And you say, well, I told you, you gotta repeat. Because if you don't repeat, they will not remember, they will not get it. Okay? So we do this in the Sunday school class, right? In the Sunday school class, when the students come in, what's the first thing that the Sunday school teacher does? She goes over the rules. Okay, guys, what's the rule? Okay, no talking no talking and being disrespectful. If you have a question, raise your hand. If you have to say something, raise your hand, right? And listen to the teacher, right? So repetition so that the students understand. Okay? Make sure that the students know the rules, communicate them. Next, do the students follow the rules? Okay? Maybe they do know the rules, but they just don't care and they don't want it. Okay? It's your job, responsibility as a teacher to enforce the rules. Okay? That's how you are consistent in your communication. Because if your words say something, put your phone away, but your actions say something else, if someone is using their phone and you do nothing about it, then you are inconsistent. Your words don't match your actions, right? And so what will happen? The students will take advantage of you. And you know this, right? Because you have young people. We always have young people. And every time you have a young person, they're going to try to take advantage of you as much as possible, right? Okay? So if the students are not following the rule, use your authority as a teacher to enforce the rules, right? Okay. Now we'll talk about how do you enforce the rules as a teacher. We'll talk about that later on in the classroom management when we're talking about preparing the classroom. But for now, okay, put it in your own mind, okay, what rules do I want the students to have? Okay? If the classroom is very, very rowdy, maybe your rule will be, hey, if you have something to say, raise your hand. Maybe your class is very, very quiet and no one wants to answer, right? Okay? Then maybe your rule is different in this classroom. Okay? Your rule is different in this classroom. If you want to say something, then go ahead and say it. But whatever rule you make for each of your class, be consistent in that class. Okay? So again, your rules may change from different classes depending on the maturity, depending on the number of students, depending on a lot of things. Okay? But whatever rule you decide, whatever format of the classroom you decide, be consistent. Okay? All right, so remember, this is what I want. When I come up here, I'm going to take attendance. While I am taking attendance, I want you to think of two things that we talked about last time, and I'm going to call on you. Okay, if I call on you, you better stand up and answer. Okay, so make sure. So don't just sit there while I'm taking attendance and do nothing. I expect you to start thinking about these things. Okay, so if that's how you're going to format your class, then do that every time, right? Because otherwise, the next time they're going to try, hey, what happened? I thought he was going to, I prepared, right? I was thinking about two things I learned yesterday and he didn't go through it, right? Or he forgot to take attendance, so I don't have time to do anything, right? So if your format changes, it's hard for them to understand and learn how to know what you want. Make sense? Yes? And by the way, if you have any questions too, feel free to ask. Okay, Pastor Josh, what about this? Okay. All right. Again, for you. So the students may not know the rules, so repeat them. If they don't follow the rules, enforce them. But then it's also on you. If you're always changing the rules, don't. Right? That's why before you go into the class, before you start teaching, know your format. Okay, this is how I want to do it for the class. Now, if you've never taught before and you don't know what to expect, that's okay. We're going to talk about that later, okay? Okay, one of the things that we have to do as a teacher is we have to learn how to be flexible and how to adapt, okay? So you may have a schedule, you may have a format, you may want to do things a certain way, but again, what is the goal? For the students to learn. So if you are so much focused on your format, no, we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. If the students are not learning, then you might need to change that, right? Until you get a rhythm, until you can see a format that works with the students. Make sense? And unfortunately, that sometimes that only takes time and experience, right? You just have to go into the classroom. But for those of you who are going for the first time, already have an idea in your mind of what is your goal and what is your format. Make sense? Okay, so be consistent in your communication. Next, be consistent in your routine. Okay, so this is what I was explaining earlier. Okay, so let's say you have 15 minutes to teach. Okay, now we only teach once a month. Right? We only have once a month. So let's say in January, you do a review for 15 minutes, and then you teach for the rest of the time. Okay? Then in February, the next month, you do something different. Your format is different. Okay? You're doing a review, then you're teaching, but then there's a discussion. Right? And then a 5 minutes at the end for how do you apply this in your life? Okay? Then in March, a completely different format. Right? So if your format is changing every month, you can see as a student, it's difficult to know what to do. I don't know what the teacher wants, right? Is he going to expect me to discuss? Am I going to be prepared to discuss something? How long? Right? So maybe after the review, the students are expecting you to teach them. But then, boom, you start with a discussion. So then they're not prepared. I don't know, right? So this is what we mean by an inconsistent routine, okay? Don't change it up. Now, like I said, for those of you who are just starting out, who are new, you may be changing your format a little bit or a lot, depending on your classroom. But as you start to teach more and more, you will find the routine that works for you. So once you find a routine, be consistent, okay? So again, something better would be like doing the same thing every time, right? So maybe the first meeting, you explain the rules. Okay, guys, this is how the format is going to be. Every day when I'm taking attendance, I'm going to hand out 3 questions about last time. Okay? So, answer those questions. It's going to be like a short quiz. Okay? Then I'm going to teach for 20 minutes. Okay? And while I'm teaching, I expect you guys to focus and pay attention and take notes, whatever. Right? Then after that, we will have a discussion. Okay? Which means we'll be breaking into groups. I'll give you a question, and I want you to discuss the question. Okay? And then after that, we will brainstorm ways that we can apply the lesson that we learned in the story of hope. Right? Now, this may not be your format. You may have something else. Maybe your teaching time is longer. Maybe you have no discussion, right? Because there's no time. There's too many things to teach in one lesson. I only have a month. If I had a week, if I was here every week, then yeah, I could maybe do something a little bit more, but I don't. There's too many things to teach in little time. You will figure that out as you start teaching, right? But whatever your routine is, try to keep it as consistent as possible. And every time you come, repeat what your procedure is so that the students know your routine, they know your format, and they know what to expect. Make sense? Any questions? Am I going too fast? Is okay? All right. Okay. So, lastly, know your attitude. Know your goal, know your format, and know your attitude. Okay? Remember, we're talking about preparing yourself. So part of your preparation is your mind and your heart. Okay? So, know your goal. Why are you there? Are you there just to teach? Right? Because if you are there to teach, then you really don't care if the students learn or not. Right? Okay? But if your goal, then you're really just wasting your time. Right? But if your goal is you want the students to understand, okay, then you need to prepare yourself. Okay? And I will say this, okay? If you've never taught before, okay, if you've never taught anything before, I cannot explain to you the feeling that you get when one of the students understands what you're teaching them and they can apply it in your life, right? The feeling that you get as a teacher, the accomplishment that you get, it's indescribable, right? And that's why I think Joseph was saying earlier, like when you teach and you learn how to teach effectively, you actually want to teach more because you can actually see the impact that you're making. But again, in order to be successful as a teacher, the key is preparation. So if you're not preparing your lesson, if you're not preparing your mind and your heart, right, every single time, not just in the beginning of the year, but every time before you walk into the classroom, okay, then you will not be very effective as a teacher, okay? So the key is preparing yourself. Know your attitude, okay? Number 1, okay? When we're talking about attitudes, we're not just talking about our hearts and our minds. We're talking about the relationship that you will have with the students, okay? We're talking about the relationship that you're going to have with your students, okay? So one of the things that you have to understand is how to set healthy boundaries. This is one area where teachers and parents fail a lot. Why? Because teachers and parents want their students to come to them and see them as friends, right? But the truth is, you're not their friend, right? You're their teacher, okay? So always remember that. Now, when we're talking about healthy boundaries, what does that mean, okay? There are appropriate and inappropriate behaviors, right? So the boundary is just the line that separates appropriate and inappropriate behavior, okay? This goes for both ways, how you treat the students and how the students treat you, okay? Set healthy boundaries. What do you expect the students to behave? How? And how should you behave around the students, right? Okay. Now, when you're trying to figure out how to set healthy boundaries, now these boundaries are what we call like rules, right? Rules. How do you set those boundaries? Because if you set a boundary that's too small, right? This is the only thing, these are the only actions and the only things that are appropriate. Then what you're doing is you're being too strict, right? As a teacher, right? You're being too strict as a teacher. But if you're on the other side, if you're too loose, you don't need to call me teacher or Pastor Josh. Just call me bro, right? Hey, bro, right? I mean, we're all equal here, right? So if your boundaries are too wide, okay, then you start to lose your authority, right? You start to become too familiar. You start treating them like a friend, like an equal, and they start treating you like a friend, like an equal. And it's hard to teach someone when you lose that authority, right? Because when you have that equal standing, then you kind of lose that authority. Then it's hard to teach them. Make sense? Okay. So where is that healthy boundary? That's going to depend on you, and that's going to depend on your classroom. Make sense? Now, as a rule of thumb, okay, this is how they teach new time teachers. Okay, don't be too friendly with the students in the beginning. Why? Because they will try to test you, right? It's better to be strict in the beginning and then loosen that up as time goes by, because they know you, they trust you, and so then the conversations and the relationship can grow. Okay? But it starts from a position of authority, right? Because if you're strict and you become looser, at least the relationship will grow. But if you start out loose, right? Hey, you know what? We're both equal. Even though I'm the teacher, we're equal. We're the same, you and me. Then what's going to happen? When the students are disrupting or they're on their phone, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, you cannot tell them what to do because we're equal. You've already treated them like an equal, right? Whereas in the beginning, if you're strict with them, what you're doing is you're teaching them discipline. You're teaching them where are the boundaries of what is appropriate and inappropriate, right? Hey, you cannot speak to me like that. Please address me as ma'am or miss or sir, right? Okay. Hey, I'm the teacher, so I make the rules, and these are the rules, right? While I'm teaching, this is what I expect you to do. This is what I need you to do. Okay? Make sense? So, set healthy boundaries. Okay? What is appropriate behavior for the student and the teacher? Okay? How will you use your authority as a teacher? Okay? Because again, in the beginning, you have authority as a teacher. So how are you going to use it? If you're going to use your authority and be very, very strict, okay, you may get the students in line to do exactly what you want them to do, but that doesn't mean they learn, right? That doesn't mean they're growing in their relationship with you or with the Lord. Okay? Make sense? So how are you going to use your authority as a teacher? Now, some of you may have to exercise more authority because some classrooms are more disruptive, are more rowdy, uncontrollable than some of the other classrooms. And by the way, if you assume that that's the younger classrooms, well, younger classes are more rowdy. That's not always the case. I have taught grade 12 students where I have to use my authority as a teacher, because even though they're not running around and being loud, they're still disrupting each other. They're still on their phone and not listening. So I have to use my authority as a teacher. Hey guys, I only have an hour here and I'm only here once a month. So please be respectful of me, right? Show me respect, because I'm here volunteering because I want to be here, because what I have to say to you is important, right? So I've had to use that authority even in grade 12. Okay, so it depends. And then number 3, what are you allowed to say or teach? Okay, now Ate just went through this a little bit earlier about, our boundaries for what to teach are the story of hope, right? So we try to stay inside the story of hope. We try not to teach other outside doctrine or other things, right? Because then the students might protest, the students might do something else. We've had a couple instances where even the teacher started to complain, hey, I think they're starting to teach something outside, right? So in which case we have to remind our volunteers, hey, let's remind ourselves to stick to the story of hope, right? Let's stick to our lesson plan, right? How we conduct ourselves too. Okay, so the things that we communicate. Healthy boundaries. Okay. So figure out, how am I going to set a boundary? What do I want the kids to not, what is inappropriate for a student in my class? Right? Is it okay for them to chat together? Is it okay for them to interrupt me when I'm teaching? Right? For some students, it's okay because they never do that. Right? Right? So set your healthy boundaries. Okay? Next. Oops. Have a positive attitude. Okay? When we're talking about know your attitude, ask yourself, what kind of attitude am I having in this class? Where is my heart? Right? Ask the Lord to reveal that to you. Lord, am I being compassionate right now? Or do I just not care? Am I depending on you, Holy Spirit, to give me wisdom? Or I've done this for 3 years now, so I know what I'm doing. Is it a pride thing? Right? So figure out, what is the condition of your heart. Do you have a positive, oh, I'm going into the classroom again, and I hate this class. I love this class, but I hate this class because they never listen. Right? Okay? That's why we need to pray. Right? We need to pray. Okay? Check your heart and ask the Lord. That's why every time before we go out into the classroom, we always pray. Right? Not just for the hearts of the students, but even for our heart to teach. Right? Okay? And lastly, next. Okay? Check your body language. Okay? So check your heart and check your body language, because when you go into the classroom, okay, you cannot see, there's no mirror there. So you cannot see what you look like. Okay? But your body language comes from your heart. So if you are going into the classroom and you don't care, it's going to show in your body language. If you come into the classroom and you're excited to see the students, you're excited for the lesson, it's going to show. Right? So check your body language. Your body language says a lot more than your actual words. Right? And by the way, students are very observant. They can really tell when you're being fake or when you're not. Right? And it's hard for them to learn. It's hard for them to take you seriously when you're not serious, when you don't care. Why should I care about the lesson? It doesn't seem like you care either. Right? And sometimes that happens to us because we can get discouraged, right? Because the students are not listening, because the students don't remember, because we've had a bad day, because we have a lot on our mind, whatever it is, right? That's why we need to pray and ask God, God, give us wisdom, give us strength, give us humility, right? And then not just pray for that, but meditate on that until our body language matches our heart, right? Because otherwise, the students will not be able to approach you. The students will not think that you are inviting. They're not going to ask you any questions, right? If they think you are too serious or too intense, right? And in the same way too, if you're always joking, right? I know teachers who are super, super funny, but they don't know how to be serious when the time is to be serious. They're always just funny, even in serious times, right? So it's hard for the students to take them seriously when they're always being a jokester, right? Now, people who are jokesters, it's okay because they're good at getting the students' attention. Okay, they're good at keeping the students engaged. But again, it goes all about, it has a lot to do with your attitude. Make sure you have a positive attitude. So before you go into the classroom, prepare yourself. Okay, Lord, am I ready to teach this? If I'm not, make me ready, right? Okay, make sense? So remember, you are on stage, and so the students are watching you. So even your body language is a testimony. So if your body language does not match your words, what you're teaching them is hypocrisy, right? Do what I say, not what I do. Listen to what I say, not what I'm doing, right? And that's not a good way to teach the students, right? Any questions so far? No? Okay. Next one. Okay. Set high expectations for your students. Okay. So the attitude that you have in your classroom and your students will be a direct result of the expectation that you have, right? The expectation, sorry, the other way around. The expectation you have for your students will come from your attitude about teaching, right? Your expectation of the students will come from your attitude about teaching. So if you don't care about teaching, if you don't care about the students learning, you will not set high expectations. Hey, I'm here to teach. If you want to listen, great. If not, whatever. Okay, let's start. Right? But if your heart is like, no, I want them to know Christ, I want them to know God, I want them to experience his fullness, his grace, his mercy. We have an amazing lesson today about sacrifice. I really want them to understand this. Right? You will set high expectations for them. Now, what do I mean by high expectations? Okay. Let's start with low expectations and build up, right? I don't care as long as they attend class. As long as they're here. That's all I'm expecting from them. As long as you're here. Okay? Now maybe you have a little higher expectation to that. As long as they're awake. Right? So maybe you don't care if maybe there is someone sleeping in the middle of your class, you don't care. As long as he's there. As long as he's not making noise. But maybe your expectation is higher. Well, I want them to be awake. Right? Now, maybe your expectation is higher. Well, I want them to listen to what I'm saying, not just they're awake and they're doodling and they're not paying attention, they're on their phone or whatever, right? And so as you start to get higher expectations, it will come from your attitude, right? I want them to answer questions. So if I have a question for them, what's the answer? I don't know, right? Well, this class is too shy. They're never going to answer me, so I'm not going to expect them to answer me. So I'm not going to call on people, right? Then you're setting lower expectations. But if you communicate to them, hey, if I call on you, I want you to answer. I expect you to answer, right? So think about what I'm saying. Think about the question because I'm going to call on you, right? That's setting high expectations. Next, right? Raising their hand to answer questions. So instead, you ask a question. Who is Jesus? And they just sit there. Hey, I'm expecting you to answer. What's the answer? Right? Maybe you don't. Maybe instead of calling on them, hey, I expect you to raise your hand and answer them yourself. Instead of me calling you to answer the question, you all raise your hand. Right? There's a reward for anybody who participates, who takes the initiative, right? Oh, now they're more involved, right? Here's another high expectation, asking questions, right? If you don't expect them to interact with you because you don't care if they interact with you, you don't care if they have questions, then you're not going to set high expectations, right? You're going to be down here. Awake in class. But if you have high expectations, I am not happy that they're awake. I want them to raise their hands and answer my questions. I want them to ask me questions if they have any, right? So if you want them to ask you questions, then expect that, okay? Next, taking notes and participate. I don't want my students just to ask questions because when I leave, I know what will happen. Immediately, they will forget everything I taught. So I want them to take notes, right? So expect them. Use your authority as a teacher to enforce that. Hey, when I come in here, I've prepared my lesson as a teacher. I expect you to prepare to learn as students, which means take out your notebooks and write these down because we're going to talk about these things. Okay? Every week, every month, we're going to have a 5-minute review. If you have your notes, then it'll be easy. If you don't have your notes, then nothing. Right? And if you can answer my questions, there'll be a prize or something, I don't know, some kind of incentive. We'll talk about incentives later. Okay? So if you're expecting the students to take note and participate, okay, you're setting high expectations for them because now they're actually expected to do something. Right? Next one, desiring outside Bible study. Right? So this is from like lowest expectation to highest expectation. Right? Now, of course, you cannot force them to do these things, right? You cannot force people to take notes. You cannot force people to ask questions. You cannot force them to do a Bible study outside, right? But you can strongly encourage them, right? And you can expect a level of behavioral, right? And this is what it means when we were talking earlier, preparing yourself, right? Know your format, right? And communicate your routine. If there is a rule that you have, and one of the rules is, hey, I expect you to take notes, then enforce that rule. Maybe they're not taking notes because they don't know the rule. That's a rule. Hey, you have to take notes. Or maybe they're not following it. The notes are not important. I'm not going to do anything with this, right? No, I'm going to collect them later on, right? And the one who takes the nicest notes, they'll get an incentive or a reward. Right? Now, you will still have students who just really don't care, right? But if you don't expect anything from anybody, then no one will do anything. Make sense? If you set the bar too low, then you're setting them up for failure. Make sense? So, if you want them to accomplish a lot, expect a lot from them. Hey, you're not dumb, right? You guys are grade 12. So I know you guys have a brain. I know you guys can think. So do me a favor, just for this 1 hour, use your brain and think about the lessons that I'm teaching you, right? Encourage them, right? So set high expectations for your students. Any questions? No? Okay, let's review. Number 1, the key to success in teaching is what? Preparation. Very good. All right. Okay. The goal of teaching is for what? For teachers to teach? Very good. The goal of teaching is for the students to learn. Very good. Next. Students learn when they connect what two things? Right. The Bible truth with their life. Right? Very good. Okay. How do students effectively learn? Through what? Repetition. Very good. Right? And what do we need to have? What kind of attitude do we need to have? A positive attitude, okay? Because students will know if you what? If you're faking. If you what does that mean? If you care, right? Because if you don't have a positive attitude, and by the way, you can try to fake a positive attitude, but they'll know, right? That's why instead of trying to fake a positive attitude, if you don't have a good attitude, you need to go to the Lord humbly and pray, right? Okay? Have a positive attitude because the students know if you care about them. Have you heard this expression? They will not know, they will not care what you know until they know that you care. If students don't believe that you care about them, then they're not going to listen to you. Why would they listen to you? Why would I listen to someone who doesn't care about me? Right? They're so focused on teaching, right? But then you go into the individuals and you ask them, hey, did what I say make sense? Did you have any questions? Right? So if you can show that you care about the students, then the students are more likely to build a relationship of trust with you for them to learn. Make sense? Okay. And again, as that relationship grows, you have to set the boundaries for what's appropriate and inappropriate, right? Okay? And those boundaries can change as your relationship changes, right? But you as the teacher need to understand what are healthy relationships boundaries for the students and for yourself. Sound good? Okay. Any questions? No? I know that was a lot. That was a lot, right? And that was part one. No? So what we'll do now is we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Okay? We'll take a couple minutes. You can discuss amongst yourselves stuff that you learned. Take a water break, drink some coffee, and then we'll be back at 10:30. We'll start the next session at 10:30. So, all right. Okay, so we are back. I hope the first part of this lesson, preparing yourself, gives you some idea on even just like, again, it doesn't have to be in the campus ministry. We're talking about how to teach. So you can use this in your home with your kids. You can use this in your Sunday school if you're a teacher, Sunday school teacher. Um, again, it's about preparation and it's about repetition. Okay. So now we're going to talk about how to prepare your lesson. Okay, Pastor, I prepared my mind, I prepared my heart, I have a goal, I know what I'm doing, I have my format, I have my boundaries, I know exactly how to prepare myself, right, for the class. How do I prepare my lesson? Now, what should I teach them? Okay, so we're going to talk about how do you prepare your lesson, okay? So I talked about this, I mentioned this very briefly in one sentence an hour ago. And I don't know if anybody caught it. But here's the question. What is the most valuable thing a student can give you? What is the most valuable thing that a student can give you? Time? Not expectations, not time. Their attention, right? The most valuable thing a student has is his attention, right? So when he gives you his attention, he's giving you his most valuable thing. Why? Because he can give his attention somewhere else, right? But he chooses to give it to you because you are what? You are more engaging. So that is how this is the thinking that we need to have when we prepare our lesson. Okay? So, again, the most valuable thing a student can give you is their attention. Without the student's attention, they're not gonna understand anything because they're not gonna listen to you, right? How can they know if they don't hear, and how can they hear if they're not paying attention to you, right? Okay, so that's the most valuable thing a student can give you, because when they give you that attention, that's the opportunity for you to give them something to learn. Okay, so learning is about quality, not quantity. Okay, when we're talking about learning, remember, the goal is not for you to teach, the goal is for them to learn. And learning is about quality, not quantity. Question for you. Which one is better? Is it better for the students to know everything that you say and then the next day forget everything? Or to only remember, for a student to only know one thing that you say, but he remembers it forever? It's better for a few things, right? So it's not about quantity. It's not about how many things you teach them. It's about whether or not they understand it and they apply it in their life, right? Because if you teach them all about the Bible and their head will be filled with Bible knowledge, but that does not make them a believer. That does not make the truth convict them of sin and lead them to the cross, right? So learning is about quality, right? Quality. What does that mean? It means that they understand what you're seeing, they understand the truth, they know how it applies to their lives, and they can connect it. Make sense? Okay. So, when we're talking about preparing your lesson, number one, develop your curriculum. What does that mean? Develop your curriculum. Okay. One thing you will know, okay, in our classroom, okay, is about our schedule is always changing because the school's programs are always changing. So the first thing you have to do is check your availability, right? Check your availability. Check the school's availability. Is the school available, right? Sometimes the school may have some kind of break or they have an activity, or something's going on, right? And that will affect the time you have, okay? When I say curriculum, what do I mean? I mean the whole amount of time that you have, okay? So let's say you have 40 lessons. Easy. One lesson per day, right? Or one lesson per session. But you don't have 40 you don't have 40 classrooms. You don't have 40 days. You only have a few days because you meet only once a month, right? So the question is, okay, so how many times am I going to meet the students, right? So if you meet the students 10 times in the year, that means, and there's 40 lessons, that means in each time you come to the classroom, you have to teach 4 lessons. If you only have 8 times to come in the school year, right? Then that's even less time, right? So check your availability, okay? Ideally, this is how it should look like, okay? If everything was a perfect world, you should have 8 times to teach, okay? We have 8 months. That means 8 times to teach. Now, if you're going to teach all 40 lessons, that means in one 50-minute class period, you have to teach 5 lessons, right? Now, this is if in a perfect world. The truth is, that doesn't really happen. Sometimes the school will only give you 6 months. And then when you go to the classroom, you find out, oh, sorry, we have events and activities, so it got canceled, right? So the schedule is always changing, which means you have to adapt your lesson. You have to be intentional about preparing your lesson. Okay, so then if this is the case, we only have 5 months to teach 40 lessons. And the truth is, right? The truth is, we don't actually teach all 40 lessons. Sometimes we may only get through a few of them. Sometimes we may only get through half of them, right? And that's okay, right? Because as volunteer teachers, we have to be flexible, right? We have to be flexible. This will tempt you to try to fit a lot more information in each of these things. Oh, I thought I had 8 sessions. I only have 6. No, now I only have 5. Oh, so I have to fit more lessons in one session. That's the temptation. But again, learning is not about quantity. I have to teach all of these things in one lesson. No, it's about quality, right? So the question is, how do we prepare our lesson for quality, not quantity? Because you and I do not have the availability sometimes to take our time, right? We don't have the time. We can't just take our time to teach a lesson because we only have one school year. And in one school year, we may not have a lot of time, right? Make sense? I remember there was a classroom that I taught, and I did not teach them for almost 2 or 3 months because when I came, the class was canceled. And then the next time I came, there was a fire drill. In the middle, I was just starting my lesson, and then there was a fire drill, so we had to cancel, right? So I had to adjust my lesson for those times that were missed, right? So how do we prepare our lesson? Okay, if you understand this and if you can be flexible, you will be a much more effective teacher, right? Than if you try to learn to a rigid schedule. Okay. Again, the idea for us as teachers is to be flexible, right? Flexible with our time, flexible with our preparation. Okay. All right, next one. Develop a theme or a big idea, okay? Now, this is the hard part, okay? This is going to take some practice. And when it comes to this, this is the advice that I will give you, okay? talk to one another. Okay? One of the benefits of us here in the Bayugan is when we go to certain schools, we go together as a group. So the most valuable thing for us as teachers is actually coming back home. Because on the drive back home, what is happening? The teachers are talking to one another. Hey, what illustration did you use? Hey, I was having trouble explaining God's holiness. How do you explain holiness to a grade 7? Oh, well, I use this illustration. Oh, I like that, right? So you're exchanging different ideas to help you prepare for your lesson, right? Now, again, because students don't know everything and they can't remember everything, and your job is not to teach them rote memory, just memorize this truth. No, they need to understand it. They need to connect it, okay? So you have to come up with a big idea that's simplified, right? So this is what I was talking about earlier. Your job as a teacher is to take complicated, hard ideas and make them simple, right? Now that's going to be hard and that takes time and practice, right? Okay. So for example, let's say I have one lesson, one session, and I need to teach 5 lessons, right? Now I could spend an hour here and then I miss the rest of this. Or I could go really, really, really fast and do 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, right? And I can go through everything. I can teach really, really, really fast. But again, it's not about my teaching, it's about their learning. Okay? So if you try to teach everything, what's going to happen? They're not going to remember. They're not going to know how it connects. So what we do, okay, what you have to do is you have to look at each lesson, figure out what is the main idea of each lesson, and then if you have time, present those ideas, and if not, connect those ideas together into a bigger idea that matches the theme of the entire lesson. Okay? So for example, what's the theme of the entire lesson? It's called the story of what? Hope. So our theme is hope. Right? Now if you go into each of these lessons, okay, you will see they have a summary of them, right? So the first lesson, okay, is about creation, right? God existence and God's creation, okay? So you can summarize it. God has eternally existed. God has always existed, right? So you take all that huge lesson, that 1 hour, 10 minutes long lesson, and you condense it, you summarize it in one sentence. God has eternally existed. Now you do that for the rest. God created everything out of nothing. Okay? What's the main idea of lesson 3? God made man in his image. Right? What's the main idea of lesson 4? Boom, boom, boom. So now that you have these main ideas, connect them. Because you're not trying to teach the students these lessons. Remember, the way that they learn is through connection, right? And repetition. So how, instead of teaching 5 lessons, what do you do? You summarize them. You combine them, right? So if you take lessons 1, 2, and 3, you know what? That has everything to do with God's creation and God's power. So maybe the main idea, if you can summarize lessons 1, 2, and 3 in one sentence, God has all the power, right? I take lessons 4 and 5, right? That has to do with sin, right? Lesson 4 has to do with where Satan came from. Lesson 5 has to do where sin came from, right? And so, what's the big idea? There are consequences for sin. Now, these may be different for you when you're preparing your lesson, okay? So these arrows are the things that you need to prepare, okay? How do I connect? What do these two have in common? Or what do these 3 have? What do all of these have in common? What does all of this have to do with hope? Right? Okay. And again, if you're having questions and how am I going to teach this? Just think about it yourself. Right? Lesson 4, Lucifer fell because of pride. Okay? How does that give me hope? Right? Does that give me hope? It doesn't really give me hope, but what does it say about hope? Well, you can't have hope unless there's something else that's attacking, right? So there are consequences for sin. Well, that has nothing to do with hope. That's like the opposite of hope, right? That's like the opposite of hope, right? Well, again, it's like the gospel. I cannot tell you the good news until I first tell you the bad news. Because if I don't tell you the bad news, you will not know why the good news is the good news, why we call it the good news, right? You will not know why Jesus is our hope if you don't understand this first. So this is why we need to understand sin is a big deal and there are consequences for it, right? So that may be your summary for lesson 4 and 5. Make sense? And again, if you're having trouble with this, you can talk to one another. After we go through the classroom management and the teacher training, we're going to go through each of these lessons 1 to 32. We're just going to kind of summarize all of them. You can use it if you want. You can adjust it if you want. Okay? And then your job is to take those ideas and connect them so that when you have a lesson, a session, you can teach the truths, right? You don't have to rush. Because remember, you're teaching 5 lessons every time you go into the classrooms. But if the class is canceled or something goes wrong, then you have to teach even more lessons, right? And you have to teach even more if you fall behind, right? So instead of trying to teach all the lessons, quantity, summarize it into something simple that they can understand and they can apply. Quality. Make sense? Okay. So again, here's the theme of our curriculum. Okay. The story of hope. What is hope? It's a confident expectation in God, right? So when we say hope, it's not like, oh, I wish, I hope, maybe. No, it's not a maybe. It's a for sure thing when it comes to God, right? Now, the story of hope is designed to teach us to answer 8 questions, important questions, right? Who is God? Who is man? What is sin? What is death? Who is Jesus? Why the cross? What is faith and what is life? Right? So these are like the 8 main big questions that the story of hope tries to answer with the scripture, with the word of God. Okay? So this can be like your framework. This could be like your skeleton when you're developing a lesson. Okay, what will this lesson answer? Maybe this lesson will answer who is Christ, right? Lessons 4 and 5. Maybe that will answer this. What is sin? Maybe lessons 6, 7, and 8, all right, will answer this question, right? Okay. So these are like the big idea questions, right? And remember, all we can do is help them and teach them, right? Okay. So 8 essential truths students should grasp. This is what we see in the story of hope. We'll go through it. You will see this again later on because we'll continue to go through it. Okay. All right. Next one. Develop your main points. Okay. So we talked about the curriculum. Look at it from a bird's eye view. Get the whole idea from the beginning to the end. Okay. How much information do I want to teach? And how much time do I have? Okay. I have a lot to teach and I don't have a lot of time. So I either need to summarize everything or I need to focus on the ones that are important. Okay? So how do you do that? Develop your main points. Okay? So let me give you 3 examples, okay? If I said, okay, here's a message, here's a sermon, right? Sometimes pastors do this, right? Even when pastors are giving their message and teaching, okay? 20 ways to kill your sin in your life, right? If I said that this Sunday morning, okay, guys, here's our message. We're going to talk about 20 ways how to kill sin. What will the congregation go? How will the congregation respond? They will not be happy. They'll be like, 20? How 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 long are you going to go, Pastor? Like, right? No, don't worry. We'll do it in an hour. Well, how fast are you going to go through each of them? Right? If this was a sermon, it would not be a very good sermon. Right? Why? Because either it's going to take forever, in which case, if that's the case, you will lose your students' what? Attention. Right? After about an hour, maybe after half an hour, they will not give you their attention anymore. Then you've lost them. Right? Or what will happen is you will go so fast that they won't understand, because you're all about quantity, not quality. So by the end of the sermon, let's say you got through all 20 of them in 40 minutes. Wow, that's fast. Then when you ask them, what did you learn? I don't know. He was just going too fast. Right? Even I was trying to take notes. I don't get it, right? So when we're talking about main points, number 1, keep the main points few. No more than 3. Right? They've done studies on this, right? Like, students cannot remember more than 3 to 5 things, right? So maximum, if you're going to teach them something in each session, 3 things. Which means if you have 5 lessons that you need to teach in one sitting, you need to find a way to combine those into 1 main point, 2 main points, or maybe 3 main points, right? Make sense? Okay. Any questions on that? Okay, so when we're talking about main ideas, not everything is a main idea. You can make those main ideas even more of a main idea by summarizing them and combining them, right? Next, here's another example, okay? Here's another message that a hypothetical situation, okay? So let's say I'm doing a message, and it's called Living the Victorious Christian Life. And here's my points. Number 1, glorifying God through loving our brother without being a stumbling block. Right? Number 2, praising God through intentional, everyday worship in spirit and truth. Right? And number 3, trusting God by faithful obedience and acknowledging our weaknesses. What's the problem with this message? Any idea? I mean, there's nothing wrong with the truth. They're all good. But what's wrong with the message? What's wrong with the points? It's too hard. It's too hard. It's too long. It's too complicated. And there's too much, right? So when you're creating a main point, keep the points simple, right? Keep the points simple. Okay. So when you're teaching your student, this is why you need to prepare your lesson beforehand. Okay. What do I want to teach the students? There are consequences for sin. That's pretty simple. Now, you can go in and explain the details of what are those consequences, but the main idea for them to understand is sin is a big deal and there are consequences. Now, when you go away and you come back in a month, they may not remember what those consequences are, but they know that there are consequences, right? So you've been successful in teaching them because that was your point. Your point was there are consequences for sin. It's simple, right? Now, if you want to go deeper into that, then you need more time. That's why I would invite them to do outside Bible study, read these passages, whatever, right? Okay? So, keep the main points simple, right? Okay, here's another example, okay? I'm using an example, okay? In my sermon, I'm telling a story, right? I'm telling a story about how I'm driving through a dust storm. Do you guys know what a dust storm is? I don't think you guys have that here, right? But basically in America, in Arizona, there's a lot of dust. So sometimes the wind blows and the dust goes everywhere. So you can't even see, right? So I'm telling this story about going to church, and in the middle of the church there's this huge wind, and now I can't see anything, and and then I'm kind of getting scared, right? But the problem with this is that's the end of my story, right? The problem with this is what? Okay, Pastor Josh, that's a nice story. Why did you tell it? How? Why are you telling us this story? No, I just wanted to tell you a story. It has nothing to do with the message. It has nothing to do with the lesson. Then why did you waste our time with this story, right? Like, right? So again, connect everything, right? If you're going to give an illustration, you need to connect things, because if they don't understand what you're explaining, right? Why are you talking about driving through a dust storm? What does that have to do with your point, right? They're not going to get it. So explain it, right? Explain your point. Connect everything. Connect your illustration with your point. Connect your main point with the theme. Connect the theme with their life. Connect their life with another illustration. So connect everything, right? Because if people can see the connection, oh, I get it. It makes sense. Then they will understand, right? So for example, I give an illustration about going to America, right? And then I ask them questions, hey, how much is a plane ticket to America? Oh, mas mahal kaayo, right? So very expensive, right? And so I say, okay, well, if you try to pay for your ticket, will you go to America? Never. It's too expensive. But what if I pay for your ticket? What will you say? Oh, then I will want to go. I'll say thank you and I want to go, right? Okay, that's it. What does this have to do with anything, right? If you don't explain your point, then they're not going to understand. So now let me ask you this. Can you pay for your sin? No. Why? What's the payment for sin? Hell. Can you pay that? No. Right? So someone needs to pay it for you. Kind of like you want to go to heaven, but what's the payment for heaven? Perfection. Are you perfect? No. But someone is perfect and they paid that price for you, right? Jesus was perfect for you, and he gave that perfect righteousness to you so that you could go to heaven. Just like even me, even though the ticket is free for you, it's not free for me because I have to pay for it. But I'll be happy to pay for it. Why? Because I want you to go visit me in America. It's the same thing with Jesus. Jesus paid for you happily because he wants you in heaven with him, right? So now, I understand. When you make the connection to their life, then they can start to understand, right? But if you just tell them an illustration or you just tell them a story and you don't know, you can't help them to connect it to their own life, then they won't understand. If they don't understand, you lose their attention. Make sense? So when you're developing your main points, try not to do more than 3, right? Okay. Number 2, keep the main point simple. Don't make it too hard. Don't make it too long. Simple. It should be simple. And number 3, connect everything together, right? Connect all your main points together. This is what I'm doing, right? These are my 3 main points. These are connected to this, right? Okay. Any questions? No? All right, next one. Okay. There's a difference between memorizing and understanding. Okay. What's the difference? Seeing the connection, right? Seeing the connection. Okay. If you just teach people to memorize things and they don't understand what they're saying or what you're teaching them, then they won't remember it, or they will not know what to do with it, right? So if I ask you, what's 5 times 3? 15. Okay, so if 5 times 3 is 15, then what's 5 times 4? I don't know. I only know that 5 times 3 is 15, right? They've memorized 5 times 3, but they did not understand it. Because now they cannot use the truth to apply it to a different situation. I know that 5 times 3 is 5, 3 times. So if 5 times 3 is 5, 3 times, then 5 times 4 must be 5, 4 times. Okay, let me count. 20, right? So even though I don't know what 5 times 4 is, I can figure it out because I understand multiplication. I'm not just memorizing 5 times 4. So in the same way, they're not just memorizing the truth, they're understanding it, right? And how do they understand it? By the connection. This is why 5 times 3 is 15. This is why 5 times 4 is 20. Do you understand? Do you see the connection? Do you see the relationship between the numbers? Okay, same thing. Do you see the relationship between you and your sin? Do you see the relationship between Jesus and the cross? Between your cross and the sin? Between Jesus' death and the consequence of sin? Do you see these connections? Do you see how it's impossible for you to gain heaven because of our sin? Do you see how there is no way out of sin except the one punishment that God says, hell? Do you see that? Right? Make sense? So you see this in the classroom. Do you know who Jesus is? Yes, I know who Jesus is. They memorize it. He's our Savior. He's created the world. He's the Son of God. He died on our cross for our sins. Right? But you got to connect it, because if you cannot connect it to their lives, they will not understand it. Make sense? And so that's our job as teachers, is to help them connect the truth with their life. Okay. Next, develop active participation. Okay. This is where you can get really creative in your classroom, right? If you will notice, there is no set way for how to teach your classroom, right? Okay, this is how your classroom will function. These are the examples that you use. These are the activities that you're going to do. No, you decide that yourself. You have the freedom as the teachers to design how your classroom and how your lessons are going to be taught, right? Because that is going to also depend on your students. So if you want to keep their attention, which is the most valuable thing, you need to develop ways that they can participate, okay? So, number one, ask good questions, okay? There are such things as bad questions, okay? We ask bad questions all the time, okay? So these are the different kinds of questions that you can ask, okay? Yeah, I'm not gonna go through each and every one of them individually because it's kind of complicated and hard. But just know that there are different types of questions that you can ask, and they're all good. They're all good kinds of questions. Okay. So let me just give some examples. What are some examples of bad questions? Questions that are vague, right? That don't really have a specific answer, right? What do you think about this? Well, what do you mean? What do I think about? Like, what do I think about the lesson? What do I think about Noah? What do I think about what God did to Noah? What are you asking me, right? So this is a bad question because it's not specific. Next one. Do you have any questions? You understand? It's empty. It doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't. You're not actually asking a question. You're just saying something, right? Okay. Questions that have one word answer. Yes or no. Is that right? Well, yeah. Good. So that's not really a question that gets them to think, right? Or a question that has just a simple answer, right? Does Jesus love us? Yes. You hear this, you see this in the classroom. Yes, right? It's not like an excited yes, it's like a Duh, yeah. Everybody knows the answer to that yeah question, right? So it's not, you're not actually getting them to think about anything, right? Now you can ask these questions rhetorically, like, I mean, they don't have an answer, for emphasis. But if you're not actually asking for participation, these are not questions that are good for feedback, right? Machine gun questions, right? You know what a machine gun is, right? Right? Just one after another. Like, okay, what do you think about this? What do you think Noah did, right? How did Jesus respond, right? Like, whoa, too many questions at the same time. Why? Right? Okay. So don't ask too many questions all at the same time, right? Okay. You have to give them time to think about the answer, right? Got to give them time to think, and we'll talk about that. We'll go through that later, okay? But these are examples of bad questions, right? Because they don't really encourage the students to participate, right? Good questions. Here's some examples of good questions, right? A comparison question. How is this an example of this, right? So how is God's holiness, right, like a glass of water, right? Well, water, it gives life, and so does God. Good, right? So you see, it engages the thinking, right? Comparison, right? How is, when I'm explaining the law, right? Is God's law different from man's law? Yeah, how? I I don't know. Are you sure? Law is a law. It's the same. Man's law is the same as God's law. Can the law of man reward? Yeah, really. So if I'm a good citizen, then the government will pay me money? Oh, no, right? So man's law cannot reward you. Why do you believe that God's law can reward you? It's the same. So now you get them to think, right? Comprehension. Explain it back in your own words. Okay, why can we not pay for sin with our church membership? Why can we not pay for our sin with our baptism? Right? Analysis. What are the parts? What's the process? How does this work? Right? How does this thing work? So for example, like, okay, how does Jesus dying on the cross save us from our sin? How does that work? Right? I use a comparison. If I take a piece of wood, 2 pieces of wood and some nail, and I ask my friend here, can you nail me to the cross? If I nail myself to the cross, are my sins forgiven? Of course not. But then how come Jesus can do it and he forgives our sin? How come I can't do it? Right? So these are questions that get people to think, and then you ask for a response. Right? Evaluation. What's the purpose? Right? Why did Jesus have to die on the cross? Why did God have to test Abraham by sacrificing his son? Doesn't God know Abraham's faith? Right? What's the purpose of that? Right? If God knows that Adam and Eve are going to eat the tree of the knowledge of good, why did he put the tree in the garden in the first place? Right? What's the purpose of that? Right? So you can ask them that question. Right? Now they may have different answers, okay? But the purpose of that is to engage their thinking and to encourage participation. Right? Now, if they have a question that's completely the wrong answer, right? Don't immediately shut them down. Because if you shut them down, you discourage further discussion. Right? Okay, right? How come getting baptized doesn't forgive you of sin? Oh, well, it does. Because it says in blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's a good thinking. But let's think about what it says. What's the purpose? Okay, If we think like that, then you give another explanation, right? So you don't just say, no, that's wrong, right? You're misinterpreting what that passage, right? Boom. Now they won't. You created a wall. They will not answer, right? So the purpose of asking these questions, it's not just so that they'll understand, but it's to engage their participation. Because remember, a lot of times young people are either, there's three kinds of people. There's the people that are too shy to answer anything, right? There's the people who think they know everything, right? And then there's the people that are curious, right? So you ask them a question and they're going to ask you the exact same question. That's a good question, Pastor Josh. Why did God put the tree in the garden? Right? No. I want to know what you think first. Before we talk about the answer, what do you think? I don't know, right? I don't know what I think. It's not that they don't know. They're pressured to give an answer that they haven't thought about yet. And most of the time, the questions that you ask these people, they have not thought about it. And when they give you an answer, it's only because they memorized it. So you need to take their response and connect it either with something that's not true, what you're saying is false, or connect what they're saying as a true, what you're saying is correct because the Bible says this. Right? Makes sense? So you make the connection to their response so you can guide their understanding. Yes? Okay. Application. Can you give a real world example? Right? Okay, so give me an example of, okay, so, if we're going through the law, right? How many of you have murdered someone? Right? They all laugh, right? Anybody kill anybody? No. So then we have not broken the law, right? Okay. But what does Jesus say? Jesus says if you hate someone in your heart, you've committed murder. Right? Have you ever hated someone in your heart? There's an example. What does hate look like? Right? What does hating someone in your mind look like? Right? Then you ask for examples. Right? So these are good questions because they get the students to think and they get the students to interact and discuss with one another. Make sense? Okay, next. Asking good questions encourages good discussions. Okay? If you go back, you see how these questions don't really encourage discussion. Right? What do you think about this? Okay, yeah, I agree. What do you want me to say? Right? Do you have any questions? How is that gonna, right? Like that doesn't cause and encourage people to talk, right? But these kinds of questions do, right? What's the purpose of this? Right? What's the purpose of God testing us? To see if we're faithful. Then someone will say, well, what about this? Or what about this? And then all of a sudden you have good questions, right? Okay, next, use good illustrations, okay? So ask good questions, use good illustrations, okay? This is the part where you talk to one another. Hey, I'm having a hard time explaining this. Can you help me explain this? Right? What illustrations do you use? Right? Oops. So this is the part where I tell people, if you gotta beg, steal, or borrow, right? Beg, steal, or borrow other people's illustrations. Hey, I like that illustration. I'm going to use that in my teaching next time. That's fine. Because it's all for God's glory anyway. Right? I mean, has that happened to you sometimes? You know the students are not getting it. And so you stop in the middle of your teaching and you just pray, like, Lord, how do I explain to them? And that's actually what happened to me. Because I was teaching grade 8. And I was trying to explain to them holiness. And it's hard because holiness is so lisod, right? It's so deep. So I asked, Lord, how do I explain holiness? Right? And then I prayed about it because I was thinking about it, right? And then I got this idea, right? I mean, I got this idea. I'm pretty sure the Lord gave it to me about a cup of water. right? Well, the Lord is like a cup of water, right? What happens if you put poison in the water? It gets contaminated. It's not pure anymore. It's the same thing with God. Why does God not allow sinners? Because then he won't be holy anymore. Ah, it's a simple enough illustration, and it's biblical. It's true, right? Wow. And so I use it. And I've used that illustration ever since. I mean, I got that illustration, what, 7 or 8 years ago when I was teaching campus ministry, and everybody uses it, right? And of course, I don't get the glory for that. I mean, and I don't tell people, hey, that was mine, because it's not me, right? Like, it's the Lord's. After the campus ministry, we were all talking about it, and I shared with them my experience. I said, I was trying to explain holiness, and I got this idea about a cup of water. And then everybody in the room, I'm going to steal that. I like that illustration. Go ahead. It's not my idea. It comes from the Lord, right? So if my idea can help you, then we all win because we're a team, right? Make sense? So use good illustrations. Next, support what you're doing and what you're saying, what you're teaching with Scripture. Because remember, right? People can accuse us of teaching our religion. I can't tell you how many times I've told people, if you don't trust me, if you don't believe me, that's okay. Go into the Word of God yourself and read it and study it, right? In fact, that's what I encourage you to do, right? So if you're going to explain your main point, support what you're saying from Scripture. Now, there are different ways to support your lesson with Scripture, okay? You can mention the passage, okay? Well, we're talking about how Jesus died for sinners, right? That's in Romans chapter 5, verse 8. So you're mentioning it. You do that when you just want to give a supporting verse. Hey, what I'm saying is coming from the Bible. It's in Romans chapter 5, verse 8. Right? So you're not actually quoting it because you don't have time, right? Because you don't have time to explain it. You just want to say, hey, if you doubt what I'm saying, it's in the Word of God. Paraphrasing, okay, when you just want to kind of summarize the verse, right? When you're explaining your main idea and you don't have time to go into the quote with every little word detail, you can just summarize it, paraphrase it, right? Christ died for sinners, right? Christ died while we were still sinners. He did not die when we became worthy. He died when we were unworthy, right? Boom, I just paraphrased it, okay? So I'm paraphrasing that passage. Now, if you really want to go into detail, then you can quote the passage, right? God demonstrated his own love for us in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. Then you can go through each and every one. Now, I do this a lot, especially with two verses, John 3:16 and Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 and 9, right? I quote it, for God so loved the world. And then I go through each word. So loved the world, that's you, that he gave. It's a free gift, that's grace. His only son, that's Jesus, that whoever believes, right? That's how we accept it, right? Shall not perish. Why? Because he died, but have everlasting life. Why? Because he rose again, right? So I quote that passage and explain it, right? Ephesians chapter 2, for by grace we are saved, right? So what does that mean? Well, how are we saved? Not by our works, not by what we do, but by him. And how do we receive that grace? By faith, right? So I will quote a passage if I'm explaining it in detail. But if I don't want to explain it, right? Hey, God's salvation is not something we earn. It's a free gift. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8, right? I just mentioned it. If you don't believe me, there, Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 and 9, right? So those are the different ways that you can use to support what you're saying, okay? So I know sometimes people, they quote everything, right? And they try to explain everything, okay? But sometimes that takes too much time, okay? Any questions on that? No? Okay. Some of you guys just kind of do this naturally also. So, okay, let's review. Let's see what you remembered from this part, this passage, this section. Okay, a student's most valuable asset is his what? Is his attention, right? It's the thing that's most valuable to him. Okay? Okay, what do we need? Okay, what do you need to do with the class schedule? If the class schedule is changing, what do you need to do? Huh? Keep yourself available. What's another word? What's one word for that? Like if the schedule is changing, then what do you need to do? You need to change too. You need to adjust. Okay? So you cannot say to the principal, "No, I'm going to preach this. I'm going to do this lesson." The principal says, "No, you can't. Sorry." Right? But I'm scheduled to teach this. If I don't teach this, I'm going to be so far behind. You got to learn to adjust. Okay? Next, main ideas should be summarized in what? How should main ideas be summarized in? Pastor. Simple way. Okay. In one sentence. Okay. So pretty simple. Keep it simple. Okay. So if your main idea is more than one sentence long, it's too complicated. You need to make it simpler. Right? Okay. What's the difference between memorizing and understanding? Yeah, the connections, right? Okay. Because memorizing is just retrieving the memory. Oh, Jesus died on the cross, right? But understanding is I see it and it makes sense to me and it's true, it's real, and I know why, I know how, right? Very good. Next, good questions encourage good what? Discussions. Very good. Okay. So these are some ideas that you can use when you're preparing your lessons. Learn how to ask good questions. Learn how to use good illustrations. Make sure you check your time and availability and adjust so that you're not falling behind. Okay? And focus on your main idea. Sound good? All right. So at this time, any questions on that so far? Questions? Yeah, you have a question? No question? No? That's a real question, by the way. That's not a bad, I'm not saying that's a bad question. Okay? All right. Let's go ahead and take our break for lunch, and then we will return. It's 11:30 right now, so we'll return at 12:30. Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and take our break. We'll come back at 12:30. Okay, let me see. Where's my thing? I don't know if you want to turn it on right now because we're just gonna go, what is it called? We're gonna do a thing real quick. All right. How are we looking? We good? We full? Busog? Andam? All right. Okay, let's continue on with our next section. I hope the tables are cleared of any food and stuff, right? Okay. All right. Whoop, what happened? There you go. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about preparing the curriculum or the classroom. Okay, but before we do that, I want to see if we can put, if you can put what you learned from the last lesson, from the last session, into practice. Okay, I want you to put that. I want you to start putting that into practice. So, when you talk about your lesson in the story of hope, okay, the way you should format it is something like this. Okay. Number one, it'll give you the title of the lesson, right? So the title of the lesson is in the story of hope. So if you open your story of hope, you will see lesson 1, the eternal God, okay? Now, what I would like you to do is I'd like you to go through the lesson and come up with a main idea, right? So for example, I already did the first one for you so you can see, you can get an idea of what it looks like, okay? So for example, on lesson 1, the eternal God, if you go through the study, the main idea is, God has eternally existed. God did not have a beginning, right? God is the uncreated being, right? So he eternally existed before creation. So before everything was, God was. Okay? Now, in your lesson, in the story of hope lesson, in the leader's guide, it will give you a passage, the relevant passage, the story. Okay? Now, the problem with this is sometimes the passage is very long, and so you don't have a lot of time to go read the whole passage, right? Because remember, this is only the first lesson. In each session, you may be teaching 3 or 4 or 5, maybe even more lessons, right? So you don't really have the luxury, the time to read the whole passage, right? A lot of time, the story of hope is actually designed, each lesson is about an hour. Each lesson is designed to go deeply, right? So because we don't have that option, we have to summarize. So what I usually do is in the passage that it gives us, I find 1 or 2 verses that really highlight the main idea of the text. So in this case, it would be Genesis 1:1, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? Okay, so I use that as just a text to bounce off of. Okay, so we're going to talk about God eternally existing before creation. Here's the text. Now, the text is longer than that, but I usually have 1 verse that's easy to read, that's quick to read, so that they understand the main idea of the lesson. Okay? So then what I do is then I start to design questions to help the students understand the main idea, right? So what's the main idea? God has eternally existed, right? So there's 2 ideas, existing eternally, and then the third thing is before creation, right? So then I design my questions so that they understand what that means. So like, for example, what was in the beginning? Right? What is that? What is the beginning? The beginning of what? The beginning of time, the beginning of the universe, the beginning of, like, what is in the beginning? Right? What existed in the beginning? Right? And then here's an even better question. What existed before the beginning? Right? Where was God before creation? Like, where did he live? Where did he exist? Right? Was he just an idea? Because He can't exist in space because there is no space. He's not made of anything because there's nothing, right? So what was before God, right? And then lastly, can God exist outside of time and space, right? So these questions obviously are not designed for lower level because they cannot understand this, right? This is for something like grade 12. It challenges their thinking like, ooh, what does that mean, right? Okay. So these are questions that you would ask maybe a higher grade, right? So, but a lower grade, you can just ask comprehension questions, right? What does it mean to exist? It means to be. It means to be alive. So does a chair exist? Yeah, but it's not alive. Oh, yeah, you're right. So when you're helping the young people to understand, you can use comparisons as an example, right? What does it mean eternally? It means forever. Forever where? Forward or backward, right? Did God exist eternally before or eternally after? Both, right? Now we don't understand God because we've never always existed. We had a beginning, right? We will live forever too, but we had a beginning, right? So our eternity does not go backward, but our eternity does go forward, right? So God is the only one who experiences eternity way, way, way before. So but what happened a million years before the creation? God existed. What was God doing for a million years before creation? I don't know. The Bible doesn't say, right? Okay. What caused God to exist? Who created God? Right? So these are like questions like a simple child would ask, right? But then even older people will ask this question. Who created God? Right? That's a good question. Right? Who created God? If God was created, does that make him God? Right? So can gods be created? Right? Is that the definition of God? Is there something that always existed? Right? Here's a truth. God is not the product of the universe. The universe is a product of God. Right? The universe did not make God. God made the universe. Right? And you see this even in schools. Schools kind of starting to teach this now, right? The universe is the one that always existed, right? And our idea of God is just a human idea, right? So these are some of the questions that I would ask maybe the older ones. Now, obviously, you might not ask these questions to younger people because they don't understand it. So if you were designing this lesson for grades 7 and 8, how would you design the question, right? Maybe instead of challenging them to think, just help them to understand, right? Okay, what does it mean God existed before creation? Right? Help them to understand that God was there, that everything was there before the beginning. Right? Make sense? So again, it takes a little bit of time to understand. And your questions are going to depend on on your audience, on your classroom. Right? So this is what I want you guys to do. Since you guys are neatly divided into two groups, I'm going to have two groups, okay? This is what I would like you guys to do. I'd like you guys to develop a lesson plan. So ladies, you make a lesson plan for lesson 2. Guys, you make a lesson plan for lesson 3, right? I'm going to give you guys, since you guys are working together, I'm going to give you guys maybe 15, 20 minutes, okay? So lesson 2, lesson 3, okay? So remember, make it like this format here, okay? So have a main idea, okay? Find a central main text in your passage, and then come up with some questions. And then this is what I want you to do. I want you to also tell me the kind of classroom that you're preparing for. Are you preparing for grade 7 or grade 12? Right? Are you preparing for, right? So take a couple minutes, talk amongst yourselves, look at the lesson, read the lesson, brainstorm, okay? I'll give you guys maybe 10, 15 minutes, okay? So we'll go ahead and take a break, or no? No? All right. Right. We'll start with ladies first. Ladies first. Okay. So give us your lesson. Give us the main idea, your passage, and then your questions. Okay. All right. Here we go. Who's going to be the speaker here? Who? Kinsa, kinsa. You? Don't be shy. Oh, okay, okay. It's okay. It's fine. Okay.
Lesson 3, creation of human beings. The main idea is God, the creator of human being. And the text is Genesis chapter 1, 26 to 31, Genesis chapter 2, verses 7 to 25. And then question for grade 7, who is the creator of man? Question number 1, question number 2, where did man came from? And question number 3, why did God created man? And question for grade 12, what job that gave Adam and Eve? And question number 2, in what image was man created? And question number 3, what is the purpose of man?
Those are some good questions. Those are some good questions. Okay. Now, I just want to encourage you guys when you're thinking of questions, don't think too much of questions that only have one answer, right? Because sometimes the answer is easy. Who created humans? God, right? So how are you going to how did God create human? Right? That's probably a better question. Like how did God did he just and then maybe so God also created man in his own image. What does that mean? His own image. Does that mean if you want to know what God looks like, just look at a man, right? So these are some good starting questions to think about, right? So when you're planning your lessons, think about these kinds of questions. Think about some of the deep questions too. The questions that the students will ask, right? The questions that you ask yourself, see if that's the same kind of questions that the students will ask. They will be. Okay. All right, ladies. How about you guys? Who's going to speak? All right, you. There you go.
Our lesson is all about the creation of the universe. The main idea, God owns God owns everything. Okay. Text Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 to 25. For grade 7 question, the first one, what was God's plan? Then, makita na sa verse, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 to 5. Then, number 2 question, why He created the universe? Then, the third one, why is important heaven above the earth? Then, we have only 2 questions for grade 12. God made everything through His Word, but why God created man in His own hand? Then, number 2 question, how God set up things on earth? Lagi pa ako, di ka pa no?
Wala.
Okay. Why is important God created the universe?
Okay.
Thank you, ladies.
No, these are good questions. These are good questions, and as you continue to prepare your lessons, as you continue to know your students, the kinds of questions you ask will start to change. They'll start to be more appropriate. They'll start to be more correct, adjusted to what they need to learn, right? So, for example, some of these questions I ask grade 7, and when they look at me so dumb, like, then I realize, oh, these are not good questions for grade 7. Maybe I need to make it more simple. So even me, when I started with these questions, I just ask all kinds of questions that I would think of, right? But then I have to remember, sometimes grade 7, they don't think the same as me. They think even more simpler. So if I was grade 7 and I read this passage, I read this idea, what kind of question will I have, right? So then I think, okay, what are these things? So I gave some examples. Here's for part 2, right? So the main idea for lesson 2, God created everything out of nothing, right? Your main idea is God owns everything. It's the same. It's fine, right? So your main idea, the question that you have, is going to revolve around your main idea. What does it mean to own something? It means it belongs to you. Why does it belong to you? Because you made it, you paid for it, you created it, you did something, you worked for it, right? It belongs to you. So why does God own everything? See, I don't have that question because that's not my main idea. My main idea that I want them to understand is God is the only one who can create something out of nothing, right? How did God create everything, right? And what did he create, right? He created all the things, all the animals, all the plants, all the heavens and the earth, right? So then I want to bring it back to an application question, right? So you guys ask a lot of good explanation questions, understanding questions, okay? Now remember, there's different kinds of questions to ask. There's also challenging questions. What would happen if this happened? If God did not create this, what would have happened? If God is not the creator, then who created it? Right? Then you have what's called application questions. Questions that have to do with them. Right? So here's a question. Can you create things? Yeah, I can create things. But how is my creation different than God's creation? When I create something, I need materials, right? I need ingredients. If I'm going to make a food, I need ingredients. If I'm going to build a house, I need materials, right? So I can create something, but I need materials. I need something. Because if I have nothing, I can create nothing, right? But God is the only one who can create without nothing. He doesn't need anything, right? So that makes you think, oh, wow, can you create something out of nothing? Think about that. Not really, no, right? And then what does it say? After the end of each day, God declared that it was good, right? So can we declare something to be good? If we create something, can we create it? Can we say that the thing that we created is good? Or is that just depends, right? When everything that God created, nothing God created was bad. Nothing God created was wicked or evil, right? Even when God created Satan, he didn't create Satan evil or wicked. Satan became evil and wicked and sinful because of his choice. But God did not create anything bad, right? Can we create something good? Or is everything we create bad? You say, well, everything we create is good. Okay, well, how about the guns and the missiles and the nuclear warheads? Are those good? Oh, yeah. Right? So now we're starting to think about how can we take this truth and apply it in our lives. Right? If God declared murder to be good, would it be good? So if God says killing people is good, Is killing people now a good thing because God said it? Or will it still be bad? Is something good only because God says it's good? Or is it good for another reason? Right? So these kinds of questions get people to think. And then they start thinking, what do you think? I think, well, maybe no. See, some of you want to answer already, no. And then you want to kind of explain why, right? You kind of want to answer. Those are the kinds of questions that are good questions that get you to think, right? Now, these are the kinds of questions you don't answer in the classroom because it takes too long to answer, right? And we'll talk about actually that when we get to our next lesson, okay? We call them cliffhangers, right? Cliffhangers, okay? So there's different kinds of questions. Understanding question. Okay, who created us? God, right? So here's another one, right? Going to lesson 3, right? God created man in his own image and likeness, right? It's a pretty simple main idea. It's got 3 parts. He created man in his image and in his likeness. Okay, so what does that mean? What is special about God creating man? Right? You actually touched on this, right? Everybody, all the creation was spoken, but man is the only one that God used his hands and then he breathed. Why? Right? What was God doing when he breathed into the earth? Right? What does it mean to be made in the image of God? Right? So who decides the value of human life? So now these are questions that are connecting to the real world, right? Because then you start getting into controversial questions too, like, okay, a baby in the womb, is it okay to abort it? Is it a human, or is it only human when it comes out, right? Why is human life valuable? So here's a question. If you had a choice, if you had a button, and the button, if you press the button, you save one human being, but you kill all the dogs in the world. The dogs will be extinct, but you will save the human being. Will you press the button? Right? This is a hard question, right? Because some people will say no, because then the dog will go extinct. There will be no more dogs. But then what about the human? It's just one human. But I thought we said the human life is valuable. Is one human life more valuable than all the dogs in the world? No. Okay, let me ask a different question. Is your life more valuable than all the other dogs in the world? If I press this button, let's say you're going to die in 10 seconds. But if I press this button, you will live, but all the dogs will die. Do you want me to press that button? Yeah. Why? Because I want to live. So then you don't care about the dogs. Right? So you see how these ideas, these questions they can give good discussions. They can start making, oh, that's a good question. How do we discuss this? How do we discuss this? Why is human life valuable? This is a connecting one, because a lot of people, especially young people, they struggle, right? They're in an abusive home. They're in a neglecting home, right? Their father or their mother abandoned them, right? I'm not useful. I'm not valuable. I'm a mistake. I was not planned. My mom and dad did not want me. I just happened to be here, right? So is that what makes you valuable? What you do? Well, do you know who I am? My last name is blah, blah, blah. Famous politician, famous celebrity. Is that what makes you valuable? Your last name? All the money that you earn, is that what makes you valuable? Well, I cured cancer. I'm the one who invented the cure for cancer. Is that what makes you valuable? Right? Well, I didn't do anything. I stole and I killed and I sold drugs. So I'm not valuable. Is that what makes you less valuable, what you do? Right? So now we're getting into a personal question to the students. right? You're connecting them with the life. Those are the kinds of questions that you want to ask them. In the beginning, you want to ask these questions because they're good. They help understand the lesson. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Then who created the world? God. When he created the world, what did he say at the end? He said it was good. Very good. You understand. Now, let me ask these questions to see if you can connect it, if you can understand why that's important. Why is it important that God created? Right? Because he does not create like you and me. Right? I can create something too, but the things that I create, maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Right? Even though I can create, it's limited. Right? Make sense? So again, as you continue to develop your curriculum, as you continue to teach, the questions that you will start to ask will be more effective. As long as you remember, prepare yourself, right? You know your goal, right? Your goal is not just do you understand the Bible? Let me ask questions to make sure you understand what I teach. No. Can you connect it with your life? What did I teach? God created everything. So what does that mean? You belong to him because he created you. So where is your value? In what you do? No. In God, right? God gives you value, right? So then does that mean that we're all children of God? Yes. Oh, what does the Bible say? No, we're not. We're children of the devil, right? And then, oh, well, how, Pastor? No. We'll explain that in the next lesson, right? Just wait. Okay. So then you're starting to connect the different things. Do you remember when let's pretend you are in lesson 15, right? Do you remember back in lesson 1 or lesson 2? No, sorry, lesson 3, we talked about you're valuable to human. You're valuable to God because God created you in his image. But because of sin, you have no value anymore because you have no purpose, right? But in our lesson, we're talking about how God redeems and God saves, right? So God brings you back. So even though you have a purpose and you no longer have a purpose because of your sin, God can bring that purpose back because of what he did in his son, right? So now you're starting to connect the different lessons. You're starting to connect the lessons with their life. Do you remember I gave you an illustration about the water and God's holy? Right? Here's the reason why. Right? So now you are starting to connect the lessons with them. You're starting to ask the questions that help them to think. Right? Now again, some of these questions they don't need an answer, but they will provoke, they will cause people to want to discuss it. So let them. What do you think? What do you think? Right? Then what you do is you take what they learn and you tie it in, you connect it with the lesson. Right? Make sense? It's a little hard in the beginning, but that's why, like, if you talk with other people, right? If you study the lesson, I will actually give you some of these lessons so you can take a look at them later on, right? So that's how you prepare your lesson, right? The kinds of questions that you ask will produce good discussions, right? So I can even ask you this, right? Who decides the value of human life? Right? That's a simple one-word question, right? God. God does. Boom, end of discussion. But then you can take it further. Okay, if I had a button that kills all the dogs and you live, will you press the button? Go, discuss it. Right? Or let's say you want to just answer the question, what would you do? Okay, what would you do? What would you do? Raise your hand if you would press the button. Raise your hand if, right? So you give them a scenario. You ask a question that they can participate in, where they put themselves in the situation. Right? Okay, can I create something? Yeah. Why did God create anything? Well, why did you create something? What do? Well, I just draw pictures. Well, why do you draw pictures? Because I like it. Maybe God does the same thing too, right? So you're connecting the students with the biblical truth. Yes? Okay. Now, let's move on to the next section, which is preparing your classroom. Okay. So, what's the key to success in teaching? Preparation. We talked about preparing yourself, your mind, your heart, your attitude, right? We talked about how to prepare your lesson, right? You need to adapt, you need to be flexible. You need to summarize everything in 3 points that or less that is simple so they can understand, right? And you need to connect everything, right? Prepare your lesson how? By using good illustrations, by asking good questions. Now, how do you prepare the classroom? Okay? When we're talking about preparing the classroom, we're talking basically about classroom management. How do you handle the class? So when you are actually in the class right now and you're teaching, okay, there are some things that are going to happen. What are some things that are going to happen and how do you deal with them? Okay? So, number 1, get off to a good start. Okay? If you want the class to have a lot of energy and go in the right direction, you need to start in the right direction, right? Okay? Start in the right direction. So, how do you do that? Start with an activity, right? Give them something that encourages them to participate, right? So, do an icebreaker. Right? Okay, I'm going to ask a question. Let's do an icebreaker. Do, right? And then you ask a question or you get them to do something. Okay, I'm going to I want everybody to stand up and I'm going to have 2 sides, right? I'm going to have the yes side over here and the no side over here. Everybody stand in the middle, okay? When I ask a question, then you go either here or there, okay? I don't know, something like that, right? Or a thought-provoking question, right? What's the most valuable thing in your possession? What's the thing you cannot live without? My cell phone, right? Okay. So then let me ask you a question. What happens if you lost your cell phone? Would you lose your joy? Right? So thought-provoking questions, right? What if scenarios? Okay, you're on an island and you can only bring a couple things. What will you bring? Right? Quizzes. You can have quizzes. So if you want, you can actually print out or make quizzes. You can write them on the board. Okay, guys, get out a sheet of paper. I'm going to write down 2 questions. I want you to answer them. I'm going to take attendance while you do your assignment, okay? So you got 5 minutes. Go, right? Or you can do a survey, right? How many of you would do this? Okay? Raise your hand if you would do this or if you would do that, right? So do something to start getting them participating already instead of just kind of always sitting there. Because here's the thing, if they just sit there, they're just going to continue to sit there, right? So it's going to be harder to get participation if they're not participating from the beginning. Make sense? And again, if you're like, oh, Pastor, I don't know what to do here, then ask somebody, right? Hey, what do you do, right? Well, I usually give quizzes. What kind of quizzes? I only just do 2 simple, two questions. 1 question, what did you remember from last month? And another question about their personal life, right? What's 1 question you would ask God, right? Or what is 1 sin that you struggle with, right? Or if you could sacrifice 1 thing, what would it be? Right? Something like that, right? Oh, okay, that's cool. I like that. I'm going to try that, right? So start off with an activity. Next, okay? Very important. Review the previous lesson, okay? Why? What's the key to students learning? Repetition, right? That's why we review. We review so that way we can put it into their minds continuously, right? Review the previous lesson. Do you guys remember what we talked about last month? Okay, let's go over it. So that would just so you know. Okay, let's repeat it. Do you guys remember the main idea from last month? Let's talk about it, right? So maybe at the end of the month, you have all the kids stand up and okay, I want you to repeat the main idea after me. Okay, ready? Go, right? God created man in his own image, right? Say it out loud with me. So maybe that's what you'll have them do at the end of the class for the young ones. Okay, then and next month at the beginning, okay, do you guys remember what is our main idea from last month? Right? Maybe you have them raise their hand. Who was it? Or you can tell them, stand up and let's say it together. Right? So review the previous lesson. Okay? All right. Let me see here. Number 3, manage your time well. Okay? Got to manage your time. Okay? There are some schools that will give you a certain amount of time. Not all the time is the same, right? So some classes you'll have 40 minutes, some classes you'll have 50, some classes you'll have an hour, right? So it just depends, right? So manage your time well. If I were you, I'd keep a clock or a small watch. I would not use my phone to keep track of time, because if you are expecting the young people not to use their phone and then you use your phone, even if it's just to tell the time, it sends a bad message. It's not consistent, right? You're giving them rules, don't use your phone, but then you're breaking those rules yourself because you're using your phone, right? So if you have a watch or something, or if there's a clock, I would suggest that, okay? Makes sense. So manage your time well. That's why you need a routine. So when we talked about prepare yourself, have an idea of how much time you're going to use. Now, for those of you who have never taught before, you might be pretty ambitious. You might say, well, I'm going to review for 5 minutes. Then after the first class, you realize, I can't review in 5 minutes. I need at least 15 minutes. So then you'll have to adjust. Okay, I have to adjust this because 5 minutes is not enough, right? Or let's say, okay, I'm going to review 30 minutes, right? Give myself some time. Then what you realize, oh, I don't have enough time for the actual lesson, right? Okay, I need to cut down on my reviewing. I need to make my review short because I don't have time for the actual lesson, right? So manage your time well, and whatever time you decide, once you find a good time, a good routine, be consistent, okay? Any questions on that? It's pretty simple, straightforward, right? Okay. So if you head off to a good start, if everybody knows what they're doing, the time will be used effectively and the students will learn, right? Okay. All right, next one. How do you prepare your class? Assignments, okay? All right, what do you do if you want to give your students an assignment? You can. Just remember, you only see them once a month, okay? So the assignment that you're going to give them, you have to make sure that they'll be able to do it, right? And you have to make sure you follow up, okay? I would say this to teachers: don't give students assignments if you're not gonna like correct them, if you're not gonna look at them, right? If you just collect them and then put them somewhere for later, then don't do the assignment. Because the purpose of the assignment is to give you feedback on how they're doing, right? The purpose of giving them an assignment is to help them to connect the dots and understand what they're talking about, what you taught them, and then come back to them. So if you don't follow up with them, then you're just wasting their time too, right? Make sense? So don't make assignments if you're not going to follow up. But if you are going to make an assignment, okay, make sure the assignment is clear and connects with the main idea. Okay, make sure the assignment is clear, which means you have to repeat it. Okay, so if you are going to do more than one assignment, my recommendation is this: make sure your assignment is consistent. So that way next month, they know exactly the kind of assignment that they're going to do, right? Okay, every day or every time we meet at the beginning of the class, I'm going to ask one question. It's the same question. I'm going to ask it all year around, right? Here's the question. What did you learn about God? Right? Or how does this affect your relationship with God? That is going to be your question every single month. At the beginning of the month, right? I want to see it. I want you to hand in this paper and with the answer. How did the last month's lesson affect you and help you in your relationship with God? Right? So if you're going to give an assignment, try to make it consistent. And if it's not consistent, then you need to be clear. Hey guys, I will be collecting this, right? Now, again, like I said, because we do not have the weight of a full authority of a teacher, meaning we can't give grades, because we cannot give grades, sometimes the students, they're not going to really do anything because they're not motivated, right? If I do the assignment, nothing happens. If I don't do the assignment, nothing happens. So what are students going to do? They're not going to do it, right? So you have to find some way to incentivize or motivate them, right? Hey, whoever is consistent in their assignment or consistent in their quizzes or taking notes or whatever, I'll have a prize or an incentive or something for you, right? Okay. All right. So here are some examples of assignments that you can do. You can give them. Again, it just depends on the grade level. And these are not exclusive. So if you have other different ideas, great, use them, right? If you don't want to use these, you don't have to, okay? So what you can do is you can say, okay, here's a Bible verse. I've done this before with grade 12, right? Here's a Bible verse, Romans chapter 1, verse 29 to 32. I want you to read that, and then I want you to circle or list all the things in that passage that apply to you, right? So it's basically an independent Bible study. You read it, and then you do something, okay? So the lesson is about sin. We're all sinners. So my assignment, Romans chapter 1, verse 29 to 32, okay? There's a list, and the list talks about all the people and all the bad people, okay? I want you to underline all the things that you've done, right? I'm a backbiter. I'm a gossiper. I'm a hater of God. I invent evil things, right? Right? I'm a murderer. Oh, I'm not a murderer, so that's okay. I don't have to worry about that, right? Okay, so give an assignment, right? And make it clear, okay? If you have to demonstrate, okay? Because maybe they may not understand what you want, okay? Here's the Romans. I'm going to write it out. So now this is your assignment. What I want you to do, go home and see this list. Circle all the ones that apply to you. So I'm demonstrating it. I'm showing them so they know exactly what to expect. Okay. Survey questionnaire. Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 5, right? On a scale of 1 to 5, how bad do you think you are? Right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you obey the 10 commandments? Right? Okay. A devotional. Right? You can do a devotional. Here's a Bible verse, read it, and then just write down what you think about it. Right? Well, how long does it have to be? Remember, be specific, because otherwise they won't do anything. They'll write a sentence or they'll write one word. Right? Okay, when you're doing your devotion, pick a verse. Well, what kind of verse, Pastor? I don't know what the verse. Okay, it has to be in John. Okay? Or maybe you give them the quote. Okay, John chapter 3, verse 16. I want you to read it and tell me what you think. Write 3 sentences about what you think about it. Okay? Reflection questions. Right? So maybe you have a question to them and you ask them, okay, I want you to think about this question. Right? Here's a scenario. Okay? What would you do in this situation? Right? Or you can ask them to write down your questions. Okay? You write questions. Here's your assignment. Your assignment next month, is to write down 2 questions about the cross, or to write 2 questions about love. What is love? What's your question about love? What's your question about sacrifice? What's your question about sin? Do you remember the 8 questions? Who is man? Who is God? Who is sin? Right? I want you to ask 2 questions. What 2 questions do you have about sin? What 2 questions do you have about death? Right? Something like that. Right? So if you're going to give an assignment, make sure it connects with the main idea. Right? So if I'm doing the lesson on Abraham sacrificing Isaac, right? Maybe I'll do an assignment like, okay, what is precious to you that God might be asking you to sacrifice? Would you sacrifice it? Write it down, right? Or maybe your assignment is make a list of all the things that you can't sacrifice, that you will struggle to sacrifice. If God said, I want you to sacrifice this, maybe it will be hard for you. Make a list and write it down, right? Make sense? Okay. So if you're going to make an assignment, make sure that it's clear and it connects with the main idea. Okay. But if you're not going to check it, if you're not going to give the students feedback, if you're not going to like grade it and give it back to them, right? You don't need to give them a grade, A+, but just give them comments or feedback. Hey, this is a good idea. You know, if they have a struggle, if they have a question and it's personal, you can write on that, hey, let's do a Bible study on this, right? If you're interested, let's do a Bible study on this. And then next month, hand it back to them, right? Okay. Questions? Am I going too fast? Okay. Padayon? Okay. Next, dealing with disruptions. Okay. We all wish that our students were all little angels, but that's just not the case, right? So what is a disruption? A disruption is anything that makes the students lose focus. What is the most valuable thing a student can give you? Their attention, right? So distraction or disruption is anything that steals their attention, right? Anything that makes students lose focus. Okay. Now there are 2 main ways that students are disrupted, right? Number 1, if a student is inattentive, or basically if they're bored, then the problem is not them, the problem is you, right? Because you're not making the lesson interesting, you're not encouraging them to participate, they're just kind of sitting there, right? So if the student is bored, okay, change your lesson to catch their attention once again, right? And by the way, when you say adjust your lesson, that does not mean you have to change the lesson while you're teaching it. Sometimes a simple body language can recapture their attention, right? So you're explaining, and then all of a sudden you drop your voice. Okay, guys, let's do this. I want you to just close your eyes and just imagine, right? Imagine that you're Moses, and all these people are looking to you, and you have no idea what you're doing. Can you imagine the stress? Can you imagine the pressure? Can you try to imagine what Moses is feeling right now? So you see how I changed my body language. It's all of a sudden I changed. I became clearer. Right? I went from teacher. Okay, let's connect. Let's stop teaching for a moment and let's just have a heart-to-heart discussion. Right? Sometimes I'll do this, right? What's the 5th commandment? Obey your parents. Okay, so then teaching. Okay, here's a question for you guys, right? Then I get quiet. What happens if your parents are not worthy of honor? What happens if your parents are neglecting or abusive? Do you still honor them? So you see what I did there? I connected with them. I made a question that's personal, and I changed my body language, right? To say, hey guys, this is serious talk now. No more joking. I want you to think about this. right? So even changing your body language or your tone, right, can change their lesson, right? Can capture their attention. So if they're bored, do something to get their attention. Maybe ask an interesting question, right? Or change your pitch or your tone, your body language. Sound good? Okay. So if the student is bored, that's how they lose. That's how you lose their attention because you're not interesting. You've lost their interest. So that's your fault. Okay. The other way is if they get distracted. So it's not your fault. So if a student is distracted, so someone is talking and they can't focus because this person is too loud, or there's someone on their phone, right? Or another student is trying to talk to them, deal with this thing that's being the distraction, right? So if there's a bunch of girls here that are talking and not listening to me, hey, excuse me, girls, can you just focus on me real quick? What's the problem? Sometimes I don't try to embarrass them because then they'll even be more closed. So what I do is I just ask a question. Hey, if the students are talking amongst themselves and being a distraction, I'll ask them, hey, excuse me, yeah, do you have a question? Right? Something for the rest of us to understand? No? Okay. Then they usually be quiet, right? But if not, then you need to address it. Hey, look, I'm trying to teach here, right? Can you be respectful, right? Again, you need to make sure that they understand the rules, right? Because if you want them to discuss and then they're discussing, hey, why are you talking? Well, we're just having a discussion. We're trying to answer the question, right? Oh, okay, that's fine, right? But if they're doing something that they're not supposed to do, like for example, they're on their phone, address it. Hey, you know the rules on the phone, right? Okay. Now, if a student is being rebellious, like really rebellious, like just does not want to deal with it, right? You have to be careful about how you deal with that, right? You have to exercise wisdom and discernment on how you deal with that. If it's a one-time thing, like if he just does it today, if he or she is just acting like that one time, and if it's not too distracting, then you can tell the person, hey, if you don't want to listen, you don't have to listen, but please don't be disruptive of the other students because I'm trying to teach, right? I'm going to tell you a story, and it's going to shock you. It shocked me too, right? Okay, I would not recommend this. I remember I was teaching one time, and the students in the back they were, I don't know what they were doing, right? But they were so disruptive. They would mock everything that I say, and they would do it loudly. It's not like they would mock and quietly and then giggle, right? Like as soon as I said something, they would mock me and they would say it very, very loudly, and they would try to distract people. They would try to get other people's attentions, right? Like a funny person in class. And I was praying and asking the Lord for patience while I was teaching. And I could tell some of the students in the front, they were getting frustrated because they were starting to understand what I was saying, but they kept getting distracted. So finally, I turned to the boys, right? The group of boys in the back. And this is what I said. I said, look, gentlemen, if you don't want to be here and you don't agree with the things that I'm saying, that's fine, right? You may not agree and you may not listen to what I'm saying right now, but I will say this, right? What I'm saying is true and people need to hear this. You need to hear this. In fact, that's why I'm here. I'm not here because I'm getting paid. I'm here because I'm teaching and I care about you and God cares about you, right? Oh, but God cares about you. And I said this, right? He's mocking me still. So I said this. I said, one day you will stand before God. And when you stand before God, you will remember my face. And you will remember this time. And you will regret it. You will know for sure that I'm not here to convert you. I'm here because God loves you and he has something important to tell you. And you didn't listen. and I was just like focused on him, and I realized all the other students were like, right, and he was too, like, and for the rest of the hour he was quiet, right? The rest of the lesson he was quiet. No, I mean, like, I really laid it into him. I'm like, one day you will stand before God and he will judge you. And you will beg him to go into heaven and he will say no, because I gave you the Bible, you didn't read it. So you know what I did? I had mercy on you and I gave you a person to go into your classroom and to teach you, and you did not listen to him, right? You have no excuse, right? Oh, so he was, I mean, I put the fear of God in him and he was quiet the whole time. Now, again, I don't recommend you do that every single time, right? Because then everybody might be afraid of you all the time and they don't want to ever talk to you, right? But, that's why you need the Lord's wisdom and the Spirit's guiding, right? Because at that time, I could tell the people in the front, they were relieved. Like, now I can focus back on what you're saying, because you needed that, right? Make sense? So if there is a student or someone is distracting, take care of the distraction, right? Because remember, the most valuable thing a student can give you is their attention. So if someone or something is trying to steal that attention, you only have an hour, maybe less. Deal with it. Make sense? You're the teacher, so you have the authority. Okay? Just don't yell and don't threaten them, right? That's inappropriate behavior for you as a teacher. Make sense? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, when you're dealing with disruptions, manage and communicate expectations before the class starts. Okay? So, remember, repetition. Okay? So just remind the students of the rules. Hey, just remember, just a reminder to you guys, no phones. Please put your phones in your backpack. I don't want to even see them on the table. Okay? So make sure you communicate the rules before class. Hey, where are your pencils? I don't see your pencils. We're supposed to be taking notes, right? So communicate those expectations. Okay? Communicate the consequences. Right? Okay? So hey, if you don't listen, you'll get a warning. If you don't, after a couple of warnings, I might have to ask you to step outside the classroom for a while. Right? Okay? So know what consequences you can and cannot give and use them. Okay? Next, focus on those who are listening, not those who are not. Okay? It's easy to focus on the people who are not listening and get discouraged, because we want everybody to listen, right? But if you focus so much of your attention on the people that are not listening, then what happens is the people who are listening, they get distracted by your distraction, right? So sometimes if some people are being distracted or being disrupted, if they're bored and they're not listening, then let them do their thing, right? Make sense? So again, this requires patience and wisdom and discernment from the Spirit, right? What I mean by this, focus on those who are listening. I'm not saying, well, I'm just not going to listen to you guys. I'm not going to focus on you guys because you guys never listen to me. No, right? Your job is to try to encourage other people to participate, right? You're trying to invite other people to connect. You're trying to invite other people to understand, not just a few people that you're favorite because they're always focused on you, okay? But don't go so much out of your way to try to gain the attention of the people who don't care, that the people who do care start to suffer. Does that make sense? So if I have a row here that is so focused, so hungry, I can't focus on them because I want the people in the back to listen to me. So I'm trying really hard to make them to get their attention. And what happens is the people in the front, I lost their attention anymore, right? Because I'm so focused trying to get them that I'm not focused on who's listening, right? And by the way, okay, don't judge who's listening based on their body language, because the truth is you never know who's listening, right? You never know who's listening. They may act like the way that they're acting right now, and that's because the Spirit is convicting them. They have no other way to act, right? So it's easy to pass judgment. So be the mature teacher and refrain from passing judgment unless the Spirit tells you, hey, this really is a disruption that you need to address. Make sense? Okay. So I remember one time I was teaching in a classroom and it seemed like no one was listening, right? And no one was listening. I had some people sleeping. I had some people chatting. I tried to tell them, please don't chat. They wouldn't listen. They kept going on and on and on. All the other people were kind of bored. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to be animated. I'm trying to be exciting. I'm asking interesting questions. Nothing's happening, right? And so at the end of that lesson, I was so discouraged. So I left. And as I was leaving, the teacher came out from behind her desk. I didn't even see her. She come up to me and she says, thank you, Pastor, for your message. Whoa, right? I had no idea she was back there. And she was maybe the only one listening. So you never know who's listening, right? So focus, teach as if everybody's listening, right? And even if they're not listening, focus on the ones who are listening because those are the ones that are going to encourage you. Make sense? Right? The Bible tells us the word of God does not return void, right? So, all right. Any questions? No? All right. So get off to a good start. Start with an activity. Get their participation early. If you're going to do an assignment, make sure it's clear. Make sure it matches the main idea. Make sure you deal with the disruptions, okay? Because remember, the attention is what you're trying to get. If someone or something is stealing their attention, even you, then deal with it, okay? Now, sometimes when you ask an interesting questions, students will start to talk. They'll start to discuss. They'll have other questions. How do you deal with the students' questions, okay? Number one, this is very, very, very important, okay? A lot of people fail to do this. When you ask a question, wait for the students, for the students to form an answer, okay? As soon as you ask a question, what's the answer? Like, I'm still trying to understand the question, let alone right? So if you don't give them time to think about the question, if you don't give them time to think about the answer, they can't answer you, right? The reason why we want an answer real quick is because we know the answer in our mind. That's why we ask it. But they don't have our mind, so they need to think about it, okay? Make sense? And secondly, right, like the reason why we ask them for an answer right away is because sometimes the silence is awkward, right? What do you think about that? What do you think about, like, you ask a question? What do you think about Moses and the burning bush? Right? You ask a question. Right? It's kind of get awkward, like, especially for you because you're the teacher. Like, so there's a temptation to answer your own question, right? Don't do that. Because what will happen is you will teach the students. If you just, it's a staring contest to see who blinks first, right? Who can stay quiet the longest, right? If I just stay quiet, maybe the teacher will get so uncomfortable, she will answer her own question. So don't do that. Wait for them to form their answer. And if they're taking too long, hey, I'm going to come back to you. What do you think? Right? So, make sense? So if you're asking a question, give them time to think about an answer, right? And when you give them time to think about an answer, like, don't say anything. Just kind of wait there, right? Say, even though I'm asking you this question, I'm kind of asking all of you too, okay? Because here's the problem. If I ask you a question and I give you time to think about it, and I'm just constantly staring at you, you're not thinking about an answer. You're just feeling more uncomfortable and you're feeling the pressure, right? So instead of asking him a question and just looking at him, well, what's your answer? Like, like look around, right? To make him, okay, let him think, right? Okay, like don't put pressure on him or her, right? I'm still looking for. So what do you think? And if they don't answer it, ask it a different way so that they'll understand. Okay, maybe let me ask it this way. Okay, let me ask it a different way. Make sense? Okay. All right. Number 2, make eye contact. Okay. So you don't want to stare again. You don't want to stare at people, right? Because then it's like why you it's awkward and it's intense. It makes people uncomfortable. But it doesn't help if you're not looking at anybody either, because then they're not sure if you're talking to them or not. Right? What do you guys think about, what do you think about Jonah and the whale? Right? Like, did Jonah deserve what he got? No, I'm asking you, right? So if I don't make eye contact with you, then you have no idea, is he talking to me or is he just asking a question to everybody? Right? So make eye contact, right? Okay, lastly, stick to questions about the lesson. Okay? So if a student has a question, okay, make eye contact with them. If a student has a question, make sure it's related to your topic. So if you are asking a question or if they are asking you a question, make sure it's on topic. If they are asking you a question, make sure you make eye contact. Right? Pastor, I have a question. Yeah, what is it? Whoa. Right? If I'm not focused on them, it shows that I don't care. Right? It makes it look like I don't care. So when they're asking a question, make eye contact and listen to what they're saying so that way you can answer their question. Make sense? So, students will have all different kinds of questions. How do you answer questions that are off topic? Okay? So you're teaching a lesson and the student is asking a question that has nothing to do with your lesson. Right? What do you do? Okay? Number 1, if it's something you'll cover later, then tell them to wait. Right? So, so we're going through the 10 commandments. Right? You go to the 2nd commandment, you shall have no graven image, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God. Well, Pastor, I have a question. If you look at 10, like the 10th commandment, it says don't covet, right? Covet means be jealous, right? So how come God says, I'm a jealous God, but then the 10 commandment says don't be jealous? We'll get to that. Just wait. We're gonna get to the 10th commandment, and I'll explain that later on. So it's off topic. Just tell them to wait, right? It's in the same lesson. I'll cover that. We'll talk about that later. That's a good question. We'll discuss that, right? Just give me 15 minutes and we'll get to that, okay? If it's something that you'll cover later in the semester, tell them to wait, right? Well, Pastor, I don't understand. How can someone be sacrificing for something else, right? Like we sacrifice the. Okay, so let's say we're talking about David, and we're talking about the covenant, and we're talking about the sacrificial lamb, right? How the Israelites sacrificed the lamb every year to atone for their sins, right? And then someone says to you, hey, Pastor, I have a question. Do we still have to do that? I know the Bible says that we're supposed to sacrifice the lamb for our sins. Do we supposed to do that, or did Jesus change that? That's a good question, but it's a long answer. And you will cover that maybe in a different month. So tell them, hey, that's a good question, right? We're actually going to talk about that in 2 months. That's going to be our lesson in the next 2 months. So hold on to that question because I will answer it. Okay? So if it's something that you will cover later, tell them to wait. Okay? If it's controversial, right? All human life is valuable. Well, Pastor, what about like the abortion and all these other things? That's a good question. I cannot answer that right now because it will take too long. Tell you what, here's my Facebook or whatever, my way of contacting me. Let's do a Bible study. right? If you really have questions about that, let's talk about it outside of school, outside of class, right? So you can schedule a time to meet with them. If there's a group of them, that's even better, right? So if it's controversial or if it's going to take a long time to discuss or answer, tell them, hey, let's do a Bible study. Let's not discuss it in the class because I don't have a, tell them the reason I don't have a lot of time to teach you, right? Okay, same thing. If the answer, if their question, if answering their question is going to take more than 2 minutes, then tell them, hey, that question is just too long to answer. Is it okay if we talk about it later on? I really want to tell them, I really want to answer your questions. And you should, right? I just can't do it in the class, right? Because I don't have enough time, right? So encourage them. Hey, let's do a Bible study. Hey, you know what? I had the exact same question, right? Or what you can do is you can give them a verse to read on their own, right? But I would encourage more of an online discussion because then you can facilitate the discussion. Because if you give them a Bible verse, they might not read it, or they might read it and not understand it. Then it shows you don't care, because it's like, here's a Bible verse, just figure it out, right? So if it's a long answer, tell them to discuss it offline. Okay. Now, if you don't know the answer, it's okay not to know the answer, right? The problem with teachers is we think we are supposed to know everything. It's okay not to know everything. If you don't know something, then say it. That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, right? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to write that question down, and I'm going to look for the answer, right? And then what I will do is I will tell you the answer, right? Next time I meet you in a month, or if you're friends with me on Facebook, if you join the group chat, I'll answer that question there, right? So if you don't know the answer, say it. Because if you try to pretend and make it up, that's even worse, right? Make sense? So don't be ashamed to say you don't know, right? A lot of people think if you say you don't know, you lose your authority as a teacher. You lose your credibility as a teacher. But that's just not true, right? Because they understand you don't have all the answers, right? You don't have all the answers, okay? So this is how you handle questions that students may ask you if it's off topic, okay? How you deal with it. Any questions on that? Good? Okay, so let's review, right? Let's review what we talked about, okay? Number 1, assignments should be what? When you're giving an assignment, it should be clear. Very good. And it should what? What should it do? It should connect with the main idea. Very good. Very good. Good. Okay, what is a disruption? Something that what is a disruption? Something that something that makes a student lose focus, right? That distracts students from learning. It's the same thing, right? That causes students to lose focus. Okay. Focus on the students. What should you focus on? Which students should you focus on? The ones that are right. The ones who are listening, right? And then last one. Okay. When you ask a question, give students time to what? Time to think. Very good. Okay. All right. So when you're in the classroom, you never know what's going to happen. So you have to be able to deal with disruptions. You have to be able to deal with their questions. And you have to be able to deal with just the regular stuff like the time. Sound good? Okay? All right. Hold on. Okay, no questions? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take a, let's see, it's 1:45. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Is that okay? Not 15. We'll take a 10-minute break. And then what we'll do is we'll start going through the actual lessons. We'll do an overview. Okay? So we're actually going to go through 32 of these lessons just really, really quick so you can kind of see it. Okay? Yeah. Sound good? All right.
Low, low, low.
Hmm. Okay. All right. So what we'll do right now is yeah. We will quickly go over the story of hope. Okay. So we're not gonna go through every single lesson because you have the sheet in front of you. You can take a look at it. You guys can read. So I'm not gonna insult you by going over it. You can read it. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna give you a quick overview of what it kind of looks like. Okay. So the things that you just saw earlier, right? You saw it earlier, right? Kind of like this. We're just going to keep going through it. Okay. So again, the theme of the story of hope is hope, right? That we have a hope, and that hope is in Christ, right? And this lesson, this curriculum, answers 8 of the main questions, right? Who is God? Who is man? What is sin? What is death? Who is Christ? Why the cross? What is faith? And what is life? Okay. Now, on a normal situation, if everything was perfect, you would have enough time to answer all of these questions. But the truth is, you may not. Okay. So the question is, which questions are you going to focus on the most? Now, that might depend on from class to class, right? Some classes may know that they're sinners, so you don't need to keep reminding them. What they need is they need to understand how Jesus can save them, right? Maybe there's some people who know about Jesus and they think that they if they just keep the law, so they maybe they need to understand faith, right? So pray about it, prepare your lesson, okay? And this is what the theme of, and these are what the main points are, okay? So all the lessons, all 40 lessons, answers one of these questions. And all of these questions focus on the theme, which is hope. Okay. So we looked at lessons 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Let's just go quickly through this. I'm just gonna go through the review. Okay. So you look at the first 8 lessons. Okay. God has existed before creation. God created everything out of nothing. These are the main ideas for each lesson, right? Lucifer fell because of pride. Lesson 5, sin entered the world because of Adam's disobedience. Number 6, death is separation and the penalty of sin. God promised one day someone would conquer Satan, right? That's the what's that? The prophecy, right? And then God graciously provides for Adam and Eve's needs, right? So even though they sinned, God still provided grace and showed them grace, right? And mercy. Okay, so here are the kind of review of the first 8 lessons. Again, if you were going to teach all of this in one session, 50 minutes, that's too much. That's too much to teach. So remember, it's about quality, not quantity. So if there are some lessons, so maybe you might be forced, because school is canceled, you might be forced to get rid of some of the lessons. I'm not going to teach this lesson. I'm not going to teach this lesson, right? I'm going to teach this and this and this. I'm going to combine this into one idea. I'm going to combine this and this into one idea. And I'm going to combine this and this into one idea, right? Then what you do is you just summarize it, right? You summarize the creation. You summarize what is sin, how sin came into the world. And then you summarize God's grace and God's mercy and God's promise. Make sense? Okay. So again, you might not be teaching every single lesson. Ideally, it'd be nice if you could, okay? But sometimes we just don't. So again, you have to adapt. Okay, you have to be flexible. Okay. So continuing on, then we have after that, then we have the next 16 lessons. Okay. Oh, there you go. So we continue on. Number 9, sin has consequences. God's judgment and his mercy are both righteous. Okay. God always keeps his promises. Okay. So you will see and you will notice all of these main ideas talk about God. a character of God. They answer one of these 8 questions. What is sin? Sin has consequences, right? Who is God? God is merciful, but he's also righteous in his judgment, right? Not because we think God's mercy is righteous, but his judgment is also righteous, right? God always keeps his promises. He tests our faith to strengthen it, right? God's plan for us is better than our plan for ourselves, right? God rescues his people from slavery. So this is like Moses, right? Moses has a plan. I'm just gonna be a simple farmer. I'm just gonna be a simple shepherd in this desert, right? I'm happy just to do that because I'm tired of living in the crazy life, right? I'm wanted back in Egypt, so I'm just gonna live a quiet life here. Nope, God had other plans for him, right? God rescues his people from slavery. God saves his people from destruction. Okay, and then we go into the 10 Commandments. What's the main idea there? No one can keep God's law, right? Okay, so again, you might not use all of these, and that's okay, right? Limit your main ideas to 3, right? So if you can't find 3 here, if you can only find 2, okay, that's fine, right? And if you can't use all of them, okay, that's fine. Focus on the most important ones. Okay? And by the way, these main ideas are my main ideas. They may not be yours, right? When you study lessons 9 through 16, your main ideas might be completely different than mine. It might be slightly, just a little bit different than mine. Doesn't, no, it's up to you, okay? Because you're the one preparing it, right? It's hard to teach someone else's lesson, right? Because they have a way of thinking, they have a way of preparing it, and they have a way of format, right? So if someone just prepared this, even this training, imagine if someone else prepared this training and gave me the notes and said, you go present it. I have no idea what's going on or how they connect or what's going on and, like, what are they trying to do, right? Because it's not my lesson. I didn't put it together, so I don't know how they think, right? So in the same way, this can be a guide for you, but it's in no way, required for you to use these exact things, right? So if you have a way of thinking like, okay, well, I want the students to understand these kinds of things, right? In this lesson about, God saving Moses, God saving Israel, right? And the Passover and all these other things. I have a different idea that I want the students to understand. Okay, great, right? Then find your main point, find your text, and ask your questions. Make sense? Okay. But this is here for you. The paper that you have with you right now, that's for you. That's a guide. So if you're struggling and you don't know what to do or what's the main idea, you can use it as a guide. Okay. All right. Next one's up to 20. Let me see. 24. Okay. So God's presence will be with his people. God provides salvation to those who repent. God always keeps his promise. God promised a Messiah would come. Now, one thing you will notice is some of these lessons are repeated. And that's okay, because that's actually what I'm trying to do. That's the purpose. The purpose is to say, hey, this was not God's plan thousands of years ago. It's still God's plan now, right? Remember, God made a promise that he would destroy Satan and he would rescue his people. That's still his promise in Abraham's time. That's still his promise in Moses' time. That's still his promise even in our time, right? Okay? So if it sounds like some of these main ideas, it sounds like a previous main idea already. That's okay. What you can do is you can connect it. Do you guys remember in lesson 7, right? You can connect one of those previous lessons to one of these lessons. Make sense? Okay. Then it goes straight into Christ, right? So chapter 21, lessons 21 on down starts talking about Christ, okay? Now, I will say this, okay? Around this time, between lessons 24 to 32 is when people stop teaching because that's the only amount of time that they have, right? So we're actually only going to go up to lesson 32, right? So, if you want, you can talk about who is Jesus, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Or let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Let's say you want to teach all of these lessons in one class. It's hard because the truth is they're all not connected. Maybe these are connected and these are connected, but that's it. So then connect it and group it. Okay. All right. So moving on to verse 30, all the way to chapter 32. Okay. So again, here's the main ideas for some of these lessons, some of these stories, right? It goes into some of the parables. It goes into some of the miracles that Jesus did. It talks about some different things. Hell is a real place. It talks about, right, in the crucifixion and the arrest, Jesus' friends failed him. The religious leaders failed him, right? Failed him. It's supposed to be him, right? Okay. Okay. And of course, it ends in salvation, right? So remember, the main point that we're trying to do is try to show the gospel. Okay, so we want by the end of the year they should at least be familiar with all the gospels. Okay, it doesn't matter if they know in detail all the Bible stories, because the Bible stories is just the story, right? What we want them to understand is the truth, to understand, to be able to answer some of these questions, right? Who is God? Who is man? What is sin? That kind of stuff. Make sense? Okay. So again, just to give you an idea, these are the main ideas that I came up with when I was preparing these messages, right? And I was preparing these messages for grade 12. So some of the questions that you may see there might be a little hard to understand, okay? But I want to challenge you and encourage you, look at the questions and don't just try to answer the questions. Try to analyze and see what kind of questions there are. Are they questions that test your understanding? Hey, do you understand what's going on in this lesson? There are questions that challenge your thinking. Okay, what would happen? What would have happened if Jesus did this? Right? What would have happened if Jesus called all the angels and told him to free? Right? All the people said, Jesus, you're the Son of God. Ask God to save yourself. What if Jesus listened to them? What would have happened? Right? So now those are analysis questions, right? Those are deeper questions. And then the most important ones are the personal questions that connect the students with the truth, right? Here, do you trust anything apart from Jesus? Do you need any other thing? Right? So here's a question that challenges their thinking. Did the thief have to be baptized? Did he have to do all of these things in order to be saved? Oh, right. So now it challenges their thinking. Then here's the personal, right? Here's a couple more, right? Let's just go to verse 27, teachings about hell. Okay. Here's a personal one. Do you know where you're going when you die? That's usually the first question that we ask people, right? Maybe you can ask it again. Hey, we've been talking about the gospel. We've been talking about Jesus and about sin for a long time. Let me ask you this. Do you still not know where you're going when you die? Right? If you're not certain, why are you procrastinating? Why are you doubting? Right? Now, again, some of these questions are not meant to be answered. Why are you doubting? Right? You're causing the kid to be pressured, right? But what you're doing is when you ask this question, some people will be pricked in their heart, right? And that's the point. Okay? Here's a thought question. Is it offensive or is it loving to tell people you're going to hell? Right? So if I say to you, hey, brother, or hey, my friend, I want you to know that God says that you're going to hell. Is that an offensive thing to say or is that a loving thing to say? Right? So let them think about that. Well, it's super offensive because I don't like it when people tell me I'm going to hell. Well, but what if it's the truth? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, so then have them discuss, or you discuss with them, right? So again, when you look at the sheet of paper and you're looking at the questions, try to think of these types of questions. Okay, questions. Remember, good questions produce what? Good discussions. Okay. So if you ask a question and people are trying to answer you without raising their hand, and they know the rule, you can't don't answer the question unless you raise your hand. But if they want to answer, then you know you asked a good question, right? Okay, make sense? So again, usually around 32 is when we're okay with the teachers to kind of stop, because as long as it talks about the cross and the gospel, that's fine, right? And usually this is around the time where most of the time this is our last lesson, our last session. Okay, so a lot of times, again, like I said, 8 to 10 is the best case scenario, but a lot of times things happen, and so we don't have classes. So some classes we may have 8 to 10. Some classes we may only have 5 or 6, right? So that's why I'm saying be flexible and adapt to the schedule, right? Make sense? All right, guys. So again, I hope this training is useful to you. I know we went through a lot. Um, you know, I know we talked about how learning is about quality and not quantity. And if I had time, and if you kind of live nearby, we would probably break this up into multiple days. So that way you have time to discuss, you have time to think about it. We can do some more activities together. But because we're condensing this into one day, 4 sessions into one day, you're drinking out of a fire hose. You just a lot, right? So I'm hoping that you take some notes, and hopefully as you study the notes, these notes will help you in your preparation. And if you still have any questions, feel free to contact me, or feel free to contact Ate Josette. We'll be happy to help you guys in that time too. Sound good? All right, let's go ahead and close in a word of prayer, and then I will let you guys go. Lord, thank you so much for today. Thank you for just this opportunity to train people, Lord, to train these volunteers. Lord, first of all, I thank you so much for these volunteers, for their willingness to teach, Lord. I know for some, they've never taught before, they have no experience. I know for some, they are still students, learning and practicing to become teachers, Lord. And Lord, I pray that this ministry would be a great opportunity for them to grow in their own personal life. I pray that this opportunity to go out and teach the students would be a step of faith that challenges them to get outside of their comfort zone, to trust in your Spirit's leading and your Spirit's guidance. And I pray, Lord, that these volunteers, that you would use these volunteers in a mighty way, Lord. It says in your word that the harvest is plentiful and the laborers are few, Lord. And that's so true of all ministries, Lord. But Lord, I'm thankful for the laborers that you have called, that you have brought. And I pray now that as we equip them to go out into the harvest, to go out and plant the seeds, Lord, I pray that we would remember the most important lesson of all, Lord, is that we need you. Because this is not our ministry. This is your ministry, Lord. This is not our work. This is your work, Lord. This is something that cannot be done in the power and the strength and the wisdom of men, Lord. But it takes your spirit, your wisdom, your power. And so, Lord, I pray that we would always, always, always humble ourselves before you. I pray that our desire and our heart would be to share the gospel to the students, both because we love you and because we love them, Lord. And so, Lord, I pray for this ministry. I pray for this branch, Lord, and I pray that as the volunteers go out and the doors are opened, I pray that you would reward their faithfulness with fruitfulness, Lord. And I pray that there would be many students who come to know Christ, many students who are interested in knowing more, and many students that are interested in drawing closer to you, Lord. So thank you for this time. Thank you for your love and your goodness to us. In Jesus' name I do pray. Amen. Amen.